Morning. We're going to go ahead and get started. I'm going to start with a quick prayer. Eternal God, our Father, we thank you for this day. Father, we thank you for this great state of Georgia and the opportunity, Father, to improve it. Father, we ask that everything we do here be pleasing unto you. Guide us, strengthen us, bless the presenters, but most of all, Father, just bless your Son, Jesus. Thank you for him. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Good morning, everyone. We want to say thank you all for braving the great Atlanta weather up here. We are very thankful today. This is a study committee for House Resolution 585, which is focusing on gangs, youth, and violent prevention. This is our fifth and final meeting, and it's very important today that we sound the alarm once again for all of you that are here about collaborations and partnerships. That's the message that we're going forth, because we know we're in a defining moment that Georgia has a problem. Once again, illustrating that 71,000 identified gangs members, and with that, we have a proliferation of things that attribute to those factors. We have been traveling around the state of Georgia, getting as much information as we can, and maybe we still need more information. But our focus today is to come to some realities of partnerships, recommendations moving forward of what Georgia can do collectively to combat the problem. I do want to say that I think we have a great representation of those that are here that represent from the Department of Human Services to our schools, to our juvenile justice, and then the organizations that are doing the work, as well as representation from the House of Representatives. My prayer as chairman of this study committee is that following this meeting, we have 2 weeks to roll up our sleeves to put together a plan, a recommendation for the state of Georgia. And we're going to need your help even after this meeting. It does not stop. It is a campaign for life for those people that have gone through the number of gangs and let me say this, and the number of people that attribute to have been affected by violence. I'll tell you this quick story before we start. When you go to the school systems in Georgia and you get a chance to speak to our young people and you say, how many of you know someone that either has lost a life, as far as a friend, hand goes up? How many of you know someone that's been on the other side of taking a life? Hands go up. So these are our children, and that's our focus today. So we're going to start off with the focus of the Georgia defense lawyers play a very viable role in representing a lot of those that are either been accused. And with that, I want to welcome you on behalf of the study committee.
Okay, thank you so much. We are so delighted to be here, grateful for the gracious amount of time you've given us to present to you today. My name is Maisie Lynn Causey. I am a policy advocate with the Georgia Association of Criminal Defense Lawyers. I'm joined here today by our executive director. She's sitting in the front row, Jill Travis, as well as a couple of the members of our organization, Titus Nichols and Burt Cohen. Mr. Nichols is recently returned from Augusta, where he was an assistant DA, as well as a private criminal defense lawyer. He has some roots here in Atlanta because he attended Morehouse undergrad and then went out to Athens for law school before heading out to Augusta. So we're happy to have him back in Atlanta, where he's hung a shingle, had to have a practice here, and is expecting his first child in April. So he's got a lot of fun things happening in his life right now. Burt Cohen practices out in Marietta. He's been practicing law since 1983. He came to Atlanta by way of New York, but came and went to Emory Law School. He also has a background having been a prosecutor here in Georgia prior to practicing criminal defense. My background is exclusively in public defense. I've represented people facing traffic violations and also the death penalty and any matters in between. So I think between the three of us, I hope that we'll be able to field any specific practice questions that you have. But before we jump into the heart of our presentation, which is largely a response to Mr. John Melvin's presentation from the GBI that you received back in August, I do want to draw your attention to an incredible investigative series that Alan Judd is reporting on for the AJC right now. He has produced 2 articles so far, and my printer didn't allow me to print enough copies, but I did print one, and the chairman has a copy. I'd be glad to send electronic versions of those as well. And there's one additional article in the series coming out on Sunday. But in launching this series, they have provided this overview video that I'd like to share with you because I think it sets the stage for what's happening here and some of the, within the juvenile justice system, some of the issues that we see and concerns we have, setting the stage for this issue.
We must understand that our present system did not envision the level of violence and viciousness among young offenders today. These are not the Cleaver kids soaping up some windows. That is why I will introduce legislation to require that those between the ages of 13 and 17 who commit certain violent crimes, such as rape, murder, and aggravated battery, be tried and prosecuted as adults in superior court.
"25 years ago, Georgia created the toughest juvenile justice system in America. Children as young as 13 could be prosecuted as adults and then sent to prison for decades or even the rest of their lives.
We help local systems.
This Get Tough approach was championed by Zell Miller, then the governor of Georgia, who described young offenders in terms that today would be considered racially coded. Punks, hoodlums, thugs.
I also want to modernize our juvenile justice system to crack down on those young punks who commit violent crimes.
A quarter century later, this punitive approach has failed, an investigation by the Atlanta Journal-Constitution found. Georgia teenagers commit roughly the same proportion of violent crimes today as they did in 1994. The young offenders who receive the stiffest sentences are the most likely to commit additional crimes once they are released. And African Americans, in particular young black males, are disproportionately given the toughest sentences. African Americans account for about 1/2 of all juveniles arrested in Georgia each year. But among the juveniles prosecuted as adults and sent to prison, 4 of every 5 are black. Those teenagers enter the brutal, chaotic world of Georgia's juvenile prisons. In these facilities, officially known as youth development campuses, violence is a daily reality, perpetrated not just by the teenage inmates, but also by the corrections officers paid to guard them. The Georgia Department of Juvenile Justice has fired dozens of officers for using excessive force, for punching and kicking and choking inmates, sometimes when they're in handcuffs. Surveillance video shows officers forcefully slamming prisoners into concrete walls and floors. One officer who was involved in an incident that left a prisoner with a concussion defended his use of force. He said the youth in this incident, quote, was just put on the floor a little harder than he would like it. Very rarely, the Department of Juvenile Justice prosecutes its officers for using excessive force. The 3 officers in this incident lost their jobs, but none faced criminal charges. The failings of juvenile justice in Georgia were exposed in 2018 when a teenager named Jaden Myrick was charged with the fatal shooting of 32-year-old Christian Broder outside the Capital City Club in Atlanta's historic Brookhaven neighborhood. Myrick has pleaded not guilty and is being held without bond. By the time of the shooting, Myrick had passed through every level of the juvenile justice system, a journey that demonstrated how that system is at once too lenient and too harsh on young offenders. When he was 13, he was arrested for fighting at school. When he was 14, he was charged with burglary. But instead of sending him to detention, a juvenile court judge ordered him to attend meetings of either a chess club or a homework club. Just 2 weeks later, Myrick robbed a woman at gunpoint. In juvenile prison for that robbery, he led a gang and once beat another inmate so severely that the other youth needed several staples to close a head wound. But a judge set Myrick free after he served 2 years of a 7-year sentence. Finally, on July 8, 2018, Myrick showed up outside the Capital City Club in a stolen car. He pulled a gun and robbed Christian Broder and 3 others who were waiting for an Uber after a wedding reception. Myrick walked back toward the car. Broder followed. Myrick turned to face Broder, the gun still in his hand, and asked, "Do you really want to die over this?" Myrick's path from petty crime to a murder charge shows that tough laws and harsh rhetoric have failed to address the root causes of criminal activity by young people in Georgia. Like many others, the more Myrick cycled through arrest, court appearances, and incarceration, the greater threat he became.
Oliver prior to presenting this morning, because we understand this is a very complicated issue. And I understand too that the officers depicted in this video are not the sum total of the officers that are supervising these children. At the same time, I think it is important that you have your eyes wide open about what is happening to these children once they are held in our detention facilities across the state. It is shocking, it is criminal, and it is the backdrop that you have the daunting task of making your decisions on. I think it's worth noting for you also that Georgia is only one of 3 states in the country that still treats 17-year-old children as adults with respect to criminal liability. There's actually a hearing in this building today on that very issue, and we have great hope that we will be raising the age and joining the majority of the country in treating 17-year-olds like the children that they are. Georgia is also only one of 18 states that allows juveniles, children, to be held in solitary confinement. We're also one of only 18 states that allows them to be shackled while they're in court for their proceedings. We are also only one of 5 states that allows prosecution of 13-year-old children as adults. Originally, when Governor Miller's legislation went into effect, there were 7 crimes for which that was true. I believe we're up to 10. And as you'll hear later, the presentation that was presented by Mr. Melvin from the GBI is asking that number to be increased. We strongly oppose that and hope that you will consider the reality that after 25 years of this harsh system, the level of criminal activity is not changing. This is not preventing the problems. This is not making a dent in it. And I'd like to start with some of our threshold concerns. There are deficiencies in the data. Everything you've heard about since August requires additional funding, and that's very difficult in this particular climate. There are several constitutional infirmities that should be considered. There's right now a lack of necessary detail, though I realize that will come as this unfolds. And implicit bias should never be overlooked in these decisions. And I'd be remiss if I didn't mention also brain science, although it's beyond the scope of my presentation today. But there is immense evidence within the study of adolescent brains and how underdeveloped they are. There are some estimates that it requires up to 28 years of life before the frontal lobe executive functioning is properly able to be utilized. And so, of course, a majority of the people we're talking about here are under that threshold. Some of the data deficiencies that I'd like to bring to your attention. The National Youth Gang Survey is the primary source of law enforcement reports on the prevalence of gang problems. This is distributed annually to law enforcement agencies that have at least 50,000 or more residents in their jurisdiction. They are asked to describe the gang problem among their youth. And as you'll see from this slide, although there was a dip back in the early 2000s, we're back, things have not changed drastically. So you've been told lately that this is a ubiquitous crisis, that it's growing exponentially. That does not appear to bear up in this data. Now, I will grant you that this data dates back to 2012. That's, again, a problem with the data that's available in this field. But there are indications that it's not exponentially growing, as you've been told. In addition, the estimated number of gang members in our country is fairly stable over that same period of time, from 1996 to 2002. It's interesting, too, that law enforcement sources report that over 90% of gang members are non-white, whereas these youth data surveys indicate that whites account for at least 40% of adolescent gang members. You will see throughout our presentation that there is a significant racial disparity happening when gang databases and things of that nature are being utilized in states across our country. At the heart of the recommendations you've heard is a need for funding. And I know that you are all aware that the governor has just asked every executive agency to cut their budget by 4%. For the state public defenders, that means 10 furlough days between October 1st and June 30th. That is not happening on the prosecution side of the table because the prosecutors are under the judiciary. And so the level of personnel and capacity on the prosecution side remains stable, while the public defense side of the table is diminished. And then we'll have another 2% cut next year, and at this point it's difficult to tell what exactly that will require of the Public Defender Standards Council, because they are a very lean organization, and at some point all you have to cut is direct service and personnel, which is obviously where they've started. So it's important to know that while PAC and the prosecutors are isolated from this budget cut, the defense bar is not with respect to public defenders. And we would also encourage you to consider where the money is invested. What you've seen from Mr. Judd's reporting is that there's not a really good argument that the money that's being invested in additional prosecution and law enforcement is making a difference. We would challenge you to consider ways to invest more in the preventative matters at the community-based programs that you've been hearing about this summer. Over time, too, it's important to know that the General Assembly made some really great strides in pay parity between the public defenders and the prosecutors. And with these cuts, that's obviously in peril. And we appreciate so much that increased funding for the public defenders. But if additional law enforcement processes are put into place, there's going to need to be additional funding provided for the defense of these charges. One other piece of financial information, we're going to be talking about this gang database idea that the GBI has floated to you. And the legislator already created a database, a statewide database back in 2010, but has not funded it in that time. So I won't comment on that. I can't explain why that's happened, but that is the situation. So that's where we stand today. Several of the areas of the GBI's recommendations implicate constitutional concerns. One is in the area of due process. One is in the area of equal protection. Due process, as simply put, is fairness. We're not willing as a country to take away someone's life, liberty, or property without legal safeguards. And that requires things like actual notice, an opportunity to be heard or to challenge what the state is saying is true about you, and then a meaningful review of any initial decision that's made. And of course, equal protection would be that we're requiring that the same rights, privileges, and protections extend to all citizens. And we'll discuss more specifically how that plays in as we continue on today. The lack of necessary detail, another threshold concerned. With respect to things like gang databases and gang registries, my grandmother has always said, the devil's in the details. And so until there is a detailed plan laid out for how those constructs would be put forth, it's a little difficult for us to address it directly. However, we have ample evidence from other states in the country that are using a database right now that can give you some ideas of some of the deficits that they have. And finally, another threshold concern of ours is implicit bias. So implicit bias is a matter of public consciousness now. It is a matter of current research. And it is simply put, attitudes or stereotypes that influence our beliefs, our actions, and our decisions. And even though we are not consciously aware of them and wouldn't necessarily express those beliefs if someone asked us directly, they do impact the way that we live and behave and interact with the world. One psychologist has described it as an identity trap, situations that trap us into behaving in ways inconsistent with our values. And so when we talk about implicit bias and we talk about the ways in which, for instance, officers might respond to a situation, it's not an attempt to demonize anyone. Implicit bias is something that we all have. It's just in different areas of our lives, different aspects. So, interestingly, it's hard to read the website, but I can certainly send it to you. Harvard has developed some DIY, do-it-yourself online tests for implicit bias, and they're very revealing. It's the kind of thing you can do in the privacy of your office, and every topic you can imagine: age, religion, presidents, weapons, skin tone, weight, disability, gender. Because implicit biases, a lot of the public consciousness around it is respecting race, but we have implicit bias about many other things. One of the most kind of neutral things I think you've probably heard about in your lifetime, especially if you're like me or from the South, is a Southern accent. There are people who hear a Southern accent, and whether they would tell you this or not, believe that we're less intelligent than those who don't have a Southern accent. That's implicit bias, right? It's that belief that you have that you maybe can't even articulate, but it's true, and it plays out in the way you handle someone after a job interview, for instance, if they come in with a Southern drawl, or if they come in speaking like Mr. Nichols from Ohio with a very beautiful kind of broadcaster's voice. Some of the ways that we see implicit bias play out in the criminal legal system is in the probability that being Black, unarmed, and shot by the police is 3.5 times more likely than being white, unarmed, and shot by the police. Black civilians are more likely to experience other types of force, including being handcuffed without arrest, pepper sprayed, and pushed to the ground by an officer. Black residents are more often subjected to police force than white residents, even after you adjust for whether the person has a previous history of being arrested for violence. And again, in 2019, these are all studies from 2015, 2016, Black people are simply more likely to be stopped by the police in our society. This is a critical concern when things like a gang database would be populated by the law enforcement and prosecution officials with these biases. It becomes a circular problem. If you're allowing the frontline person that has some sort of implicit bias, like these that have been studied, populating the database, we all know where it's going to go. There is no other ending besides a biased system prosecuting potentially not all the correct people, and certainly some of the wrong ones. The GBI's recommendations were pretty broad, and we're going to try to click through them. I know our time is a little shorter than anticipated, so I'm going to do my best to get through them as quickly as possible. And without going through the list, I'll just start on them. This idea of a gang database is being positioned to you as a statewide, non-publicly available investigation tool. The current national experience of using these gang databases is that they are divisive, they are flawed, and they are biased. They often lack due process, which creates havoc for citizens and government alike. They have systematic errors, and the collateral consequences of these gang databases are potentially severe and long-standing. There are multi-agency fiscal impacts to these databases. The courts have increased costs. If the hearings are held through, for instance, the State Administrative Hearings Office, they will have additional costs. Public defenders have additional costs, and prosecuting agencies have additional costs. In addition, these gang databases have the potential for more frequent and confrontational interactions with the police by citizens. And again, we're back to what are the bases by which a stop is being made, and what are the criteria for which someone can be labeled a gang member and put into this database. Some of the systematic errors that we've learned about from the other cities are user error. I mean, there's just input error, which is going to happen in most type database situations. Like I said, the determinations of who gets placed in there are very subjective in a lot of these databases, and they are arbitrary and vague and don't have any kind of procedures, especially like to follow up and clean up the databases. As we move through, you'll hear that as databases across the country have been audited and reviewed, things are happening like in Portland, Oregon, after 20 years of using their database, they are dismantling it because they have come to see how flawed and troublesome it is. The same is true in Cook County, Illinois, although the Chicago database is continuing to be used. So when thinking about establishing a gang database, it's very important to consider the rubric for placement in the database, including what are these bases for being put in? Is it merely that you have a certain tattoo? Is it merely that you wore a certain color and stood on a certain street corner? Couldn't it be more concrete than that? Also, whether notice is provided to the person who's put on the database, what kind of response they are allowed to have, and whether, for instance, they have right to counsel to challenge that placement. For instance, one way to specify the criteria would be to have corroboration of the gang membership allegation before someone is put into a database. So it's not just a speculative belief based on something like a tattoo or an item of clothing. Meaningful and adequate notice of placement on the registry means a person needs to actually be served with a document that says, you have been placed on this database, here are the repercussions of it, here's the way in which you can challenge that, and here's when you can do that and where. And with respect to how to do that, then that question becomes, will that be a judicial process that is handled through our courts, criminal courts? Would that be an administrative process that's handled through the Office of State Administrative Hearings? I'm not sure one is better than the other. Both have appellate rights, but that's a cost to consider as these databases are considered to be implemented. We would recommend things like having an annual automatic review of the entire database to account for things like children leaving gangs. There's some good data that shows that children don't stay in gangs very long. And I have it here, I just have to find it when I get to it. We would appreciate a right to counsel at these hearings because these are quasi-criminal hearings. The impacts of a gang membership label are longstanding and severe. Also, there are questions around who would have access to this data. Will the immigration officers have access to this data? Would housing officials have access to this data? There are a lot of agencies who might desire access to this data, but it would be wholly inappropriate for them to make their decisions based on potentially speculative information about an individual, especially a child. We talked a little bit about the costs, and then what are some of the limitations, excuse me, that are going to flow to someone who is placed on, please excuse me, onto one of these databases. Will there be gun ownership limitations, for instance? If someone has never been convicted, thank you, has never been convicted of a crime, but is put on a gang database, will the fact that they're on the database limit their ability to access a gun? And on what basis would that be made? Right now in Georgia, of course, if you're convicted of a felony, you have some gun right limitations, but with no other criminal conviction and merely presence on the gang database, is that something that's being contemplated? Would the fact that someone's in the gang database be able to be used at a bond hearing, for instance, or at a trial, in juvenile delinquency hearings, housing authority decisions, employment screenings? Like I said, there are so many organizations and agencies that might want access to this data, but whether it's appropriate or not is an open question, and we would certainly suggest that ideas like these are not appropriate ways to use speculative information that's uncorroborated about a person. This is an example of a notice out of California. This is the notice that a man named Brian Allen received, that he was put on the database. It simply says he was added to the database because he has been seen associating with documented gang members. And again, documented gang member could be just someone in the gang database, no conviction, no other evidence corroborating that. And the subject has been frequenting gang areas. Now, let me tell you, for those who aren't from Atlanta, I live in what's called Zone 3, Police Zone 3. It is a well-known fact that we have gangs operating in Zone 3. And I have a very dear friend who runs a youth organization in our neighborhood. Now, based on some of the criteria that's being used across the country, she associates with documented gang members. She would be seen frequenting and associating with documented gang members, but her work is solely focused on prevention and intervention and providing support and wraparound services. And lest we think that this is an outlandish example, this has happened. And my next slide, I'll show you and tell you a little bit more about it. But it is not unreasonable to suggest that innocent people would be logged into a database and face whatever collateral consequences follow just based on their service to the community. It's important, it's important to know that the racial profiling and racial disparities of these gang databases are very high. In New York City, 99% of the entries on their gang database are people of color. 88% of those are Black or Latinx. Excuse me. We learned earlier from presentations here that there are local agencies using gang databases at this time. We would encourage you to audit those active databases. I think it's, given what you'll hear about the databases across the country, the fact that people are currently being ensnared in gang databases in our state who may have no idea about it and may be facing collateral consequences that they're not aware of when they get into other situations is important for you to take a look at. We need to know what's happening. And juveniles often end up in these databases even if they never join a gang because they live in an area dominated by gangs. They may have family members or acquaintances that are known gang members or convicted gang members. And here's the study information I mentioned to you. 55% of juveniles in gangs quit within 1 year. Major gang studies indicate that juveniles typically join gangs in their early teens and quit within a year or two. There's a Denver youth study that indicates that between 3 and 7% of at-risk youth reported gang membership, but 67% of them stayed in for only 1 year. 3% remained for 4 years. So audits are important, especially automatic audits over time, excuse me, goodness, because of the change in status that these children have so frequently. There are current examples of harm and costly litigation exposure. And for instance, these gang databases reinforce and strengthen relations to gangs. They are not a deterrent to gang membership. In fact, there's one, a lawyer out in California said that one of the children that was put on these gang databases said, well, I mean, if that's how you're gonna treat me, I guess that's who I am. And I would take you back to the video that I started with and suggest that also, if this is how we're going to treat our children, this is how they're going to behave. We don't slam people into the floor. We don't slam them into the wall. We don't assault them to teach them that assaulting is wrong. And we should not treat children like gang members without corroboration. And I would even suggest we just should not treat them like gang members. These are children in our communities. Larry Sanders is the man I mentioned, and I'm not going to click the link today for you, but I'll be happy to provide an electronic version of this that will link you to the story about him. He was added to the state's gang database when he was in a park where he works with anti-violence programs. It's basically my friend's situation happening in real life. And again, and of course there are immigration implications to these databases as well. Homeland Security is relying on these over-inclusive, inaccurate, biased gang databases for some of, what are clearly some of those, the people who are facing immigration matters, one of the most important aspects of their very lives. So, current examples of gang member databases happening across the country where we can show some harm and costly litigation exposure: California, Portland, Chicago, New York. California's statewide database is about a decade old at this point. It was audited in 2016, and they found that there was a weak oversight structure, questionable information in the database, and that it very well violates individuals' privacy rights. In 2018, as a response to the audit, they have established some new rights, including some notice rights, like the letter I showed you that the man received, though I would still suggest that that was not adequate notice. It's not specific enough. And there is an opportunity for review. But here's the catch. As soon as they implemented these protective measures to protect people's constitutional rights, the localities decided, oh, that's too burdensome for us. We're not going to submit information to the statewide database anymore. Doing it well and doing it right just costs us way too much money. With respect to the weak oversight structure, they have beefed it up there in California a bit. They've introduced an executive board advisory committee, which is they have no statutory authority, and it's often local law enforcement officials, and no public transparency, which is a problem in our view. They use questionable information. The audit revealed that it was rife with unsubstantiated entries as young as 1 year old in this database. Because, if you take it too far, and it's associates and it's affiliates, then it's families. And again, we know in California that there are also similar racial disparities to what I suggested from New York. And this details for you a bit more about the new rights that have been established, and I will bring your attention to the fact that when a designation is made at an agency level, at a local law enforcement level, it is that law enforcement agency's burden to prove the affiliation, which is where the burden should rest. They have made it illegal in California to disclose this information to military or employers, to ICE, and if it is, that local agency is removed from the database. In Portland, as I mentioned before, they are now at 20 years into using a gang database and have halted and dismantled and purged all of their documents because of the unreliability of their system, citing things like due process concerns, racial disparity, subjective inclusion criteria, and the police bureau there even understood the breadth of the collateral consequences. In fact, their mayor, who was also their police commissioner, their immediate past chief of police, and their interim chief of police agreed with dismantling the system because it was just too broken to use. These are self-fulfilling prophecies, putting children in gang databases. Like I said before, there's the child who says, well, if you're going to treat me that way, I guess I am that way. Then there's the child who says, well, at least I was something. I was on some kind of list somewhere, and someone cared about me. And I really don't think that that's what we want for the children of Georgia, to see their name on that list and be excited about it. These databases dismantle community trust with law enforcement that's already tenuous. When it is stigmatizing communities with language not unlike we heard from Governor Miller in the opening video, language that is heavily coded with racial disparity and inequality. In Chicago, as I mentioned, they've maintained their database despite the fact that Cook County has let go of theirs. They, again, riddled it with dubious errors. They have elderly citizens, some over 100 years old, in their database. Over and over, it's the same problems. The disparity in racial inclusion on the database. In this case, a striking absence of white gangs was noted when theirs was reviewed. We are kidding ourselves if we think that white men and women aren't aligning themselves together and perpetrating bad acts as well. But these databases surely do not reflect the reality of what's happening in our society. We've seen news reports in recent history, out of Charlottesville, for instance. How is that not also a gang? The behavior we are seeing among white supremacists and people of that ilk is deadly and terrible, and it is not being enforced in such things like these gang databases. I I know our time is short, and I don't want to belabor repetitive points, but it is, I think, important to see how repetitive the problems are with these databases across the country. As recently as April 2019 is when the Chicago audit occurred, showing all the same problems. And Cook County is keeping theirs. New York, as I mentioned, 99% of the entries on their database are people of color. And New York is a cautionary tale because when they did begin looking through and culling their data, their entries were virtually cut in half, from 34,000 to 17,000. And the collateral consequences for those 17,000 people who should not have been on that registry are not going away simply because they were taken off the registry. There may be a way for them to get those collateral consequences to be mitigated at this point now that they're off the registry, but it is no guarantee. If Georgia moves toward establishing a gang database, we are walking backward in time. These cities and states that have these databases are moving away from them or refining them in such a way to make them legally, constitutionally appropriate that even they are finding it's difficult to keep everyone participating because they don't want to in that scenario. What we know is that if you choose to use gang databases, you will be ushering in ubiquitous, pervasive, and systematic errors, and more than that, constitutional rights violations for the citizens of our state. Another idea that the GBI has floated is this idea of a gang registry. Now, this one was not fleshed out much at all, and because there are no gang registries in the country, there's nothing for me to point you to. But we have put together some questions that we do believe would need to be answered before a registry is imposed. For instance, it was likened to a sex offender registry. Sex offender registry has residence restrictions, employment restrictions, recreation restrictions, electronic monitoring requirements. It does have abilities to petition or to mitigate those or to be removed. There are many collateral consequences, and it's quasi-criminal. So again, we think that if there's a registry component, it should be subject to a right to counsel. Here's where some of that breaks down, the comparison of a potential gang registry to a sex offender registry. The sex offender registry is predicated on a belief that rehabilitation is impossible. But what have you guys been talking about here? How possible it is to rehabilitate these children and to find their way out of the gangs and to prevent their entry into the gangs. It's nothing like the problem of sex offenders. Sex offender laws, according to the very sponsor of the 2006 version of that bill, it's meant to be a specific deterrent for that individual, to keep that individual from perpetrating additional sex crimes in our community. That is not the heart and soul of what a gang registry would be. And kind of like brain science, I could delve too deeply into this, but electronic monitoring has huge deficits. For instance, anywhere you can't get cell service, an electronic monitor loses service. And so now you have people in the Department of Community Services following up on someone that may have just walked into that part of Target that doesn't get cell signal because they think that they've absconded somehow. The need to charge these monitors twice a day for 30 minutes makes employment difficult. Number one, it's not meant to be like a mark on their chest. And so can you imagine having to go and say, I need to charge my monitor. Can I do that, please, somewhere here? There are just many limitations to these monitors. And again, sex registry we should not, if you are inclined toward a registry, it should not be patterned after the sex offender registry.
I'm going to just take a deep breath and interrupt you just for
Okay.
one quick second. I know the information is so revealing, and I want to make sure that the committee members get a chance to ask you any questions. All of the information that you're giving is so relevant. I do want to say this and commend you and the rest of all of the defense lawyers across the state. As I work with men and women in the jails and prisons across the state of Georgia with a program we have called New Beginnings, it's important for the representation of these men and women, and I want to applaud you for what you do because it takes a lot. I do want to make sure that the committee members, because you're bringing some very valuable information that when we first started our first meeting that the GBI and others recommended, And I think to our audience, it's very important that you know that these particular items might come up in the 2020 session. So this is very important. So I want to take the time. I don't know if you have anything to present before we just open up for a few minutes. Any particular questions? Anything else that they might have to say?
Well, and they are very much hopeful to respond to anything that you all might have. If I could quickly say, there are a couple of slides I'd like to draw your attention to. One of the requests was to expand SB 440, which is the way we charge children as adults. There are already means by which that can happen under our law. There is no need to expand that any further. And I've laid those out for you on slide. I don't have a number on my slide, but 33. For instance, Mr. Melvin suggested that if an alleged gang member were to shoot a 2-year-old child and not kill that child, that they could not be prosecuted as an adult. And we do not believe that's true. We believe the law does allow that at this time in certain cases of aggravated battery. And then the other thing I'd like to draw your attention to is the idea about speedy trial demands. There was some concern that in the rural counties of our state, there's not enough time to work up these gang cases. What's ironic about that is that the rural areas of our state have the longest terms of court. So they have the longest opportunity to work up these gang cases. So for instance, if someone were to file in I think the Cook Circuit, for instance, has 2 terms of court during a year. So if someone were to file a speedy demand, and an indictment and then a speedy demand in the first term of court that year, that case to avoid acquittal on the speedy demand basis would have to be tried within 2 years. They would still have 2 years to try that case in those smaller counties that have those extended terms. So I guess I would just draw your attention to that as well, that it is not the rural areas that need more time. They have plenty of time with the way the structure is right now. And the idea of future dangerousness, the idea that we can prosecute children and use information about them as if we can speculate into their future and know what their life's going to be. Please avoid at all costs allowing future dangerousness to seep into our criminal trials of these children or anyone in a gang case. Thank you for your indulgence.
Good, thank you. And let me commend you. Very, very good presentation. We need continued individuals like yourself and others that have the passion for us getting some real results. And I know that our committee members represent a cadre of individuals that have that same passion. So we're going to open up the floor. I want to ask that you would actually make sure that you push the button so we'll know which microphone is on. But we're going to open up at this time if any of the committee members have any questions. Well, you've done well. What?
Short one, Chairman. Very thorough, and it's great to get the other side of the coin. I mean, it really, really is helpful. And I was writing a lot of notes. I want to make sure I didn't miss this. Forgive me if I did. If someone in the current system, maybe even in other places, were to get put on that list, what is the current way to get off of that list? Is there one? Is it just
It's jurisdiction based. In fact, maybe Mr. Cohen would want to take this question.
Well, in my county, in Cobb County, there's a secret Cobb County police list. I suppose I share it with the cities. You're on it, and there really is no formal way to get off. The police, there's no formal audit time, like review it every few years. It just doesn't exist. And that's actually evidence that they use in a criminal trial I had.
Okay.
To prove gang membership.
Yeah.
That's pretty outrageous. And if you look at California, that's what existed in California until they started instituting rights in 2018.
Okay.
So if you can have a list, there needs to be audits. Like New York has instituted audits, like every 3 years, and if they can't update the information, you could be removed. But right now, at least in my county, you're on.
Right.
And it could be used against you in a criminal trial to prove that you're a member of a criminal street gang, which would enhance the punishments.
Okay.
Well, it's pretty unfair.
Yeah. If a gang member gets turned and starts helping, which we see a lot of in the programs we're doing, and starts becoming a force for nonviolence and reconciliation and has earned the right, I would hope that that brother or sister would get a chance to
This
say,
isn't
hey,
the
I've
public
changed my
list.
life.
This is the county uses the list for themselves.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, these
We defense
lists are-
lawyers didn't know about it until it became relevant. The expert witness said, oh yeah, we can prove your client is a gang member because this is true. He smokes marijuana with other people, and that's criminal conduct.
Wow,
That happened,
okay.
yeah.
Thank you for that. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Kit. 17.
Hi,
Hi,
Ms.
Ms. Trotter.
Macy. What a wonderful presentation. I would like to know, did you guys do any study as far as how much does a database cost? What's the cost for taxpayers? How do we level that out? Because I just don't understand how the police or anyone could create something that's not effective and has been proven to be non-effective for years and still allow or still want taxpayers to pay for it. So I'm curious to know, what does that look like
Yeah.
in dollars?
Right. We do not have information on the dollars. In fact, I would suggest that any legislation that would come forth from the work of this committee include a fiscal note. It is important. And a fiscal note is something that would be computed by the Office of Budget and Planning, which is part of the General Assembly, and so, part of the executive government, so that we would have a better idea of how much these things would cost. In my research, and I don't believe, you can correct me if you're wrong, I didn't come across anything in these other jurisdictions where it indicated how much they were costing
Not
them.
in numbers, but keep in mind, at least in San Diego, they're providing public defenders to get people off the statewide database, and there's a cost because there are appeals to the Superior Court, just like our Superior Court. You appeal to the Superior Court, so there are costs involved, but no numbers I know of.
I didn't come across any numbers.
I'm sure. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Trotter. Is that Tyrone? 26. Okay.
And just before I sit down, Chairman, I just would let you know that, oh, sorry, you had another question? Yes?
We
Did you
have
a question?
two-time Super Bowl champion, Mr. Tyrone Poole down there.
Met him down in LaGrange. It's good to see you, sir.
Yes, I know for me it's an honor to be here, and I look at the data and everything that everybody put up. We actually had a function like this in my hometown of LaGrange, where I'm very active and kind of active all over. But the one thing that I try to look at is the foundation of problems and the data. Again, going back to that, my question. How much data do, I guess we all can ask ourselves this question, how much data do we get from the individual kids themselves, asking them like, why did they get into this problem? What created that urge? So is there like data from the youth individually on what stimulated their choices to become members of gangs or get into crime? Because I believe any change starts with, thoughts, ideas, and suggestions, and the foundations of thoughts, especially with youth, is they're growing up, their families. So that's why with me, I try to do a lot of things with the families, because I believe that is the foundation. If we fix the family, whether the mother and father are together or not together, then we help the youth. And I think that's why a lot of them probably go into situations. So I guess my question is about the data and the support of the individuals themselves, families.
Well, I can only base my answer to that on much of what you've heard during the course of your study, and that is that just like, not just gang crime, but a lot of crime is children are motivated by dysfunction, and like you said, in their homes, a need to find a place, like the child I was talking about who says, at least I was on some list, and I have some meaning somewhere. The illusion of the financial gain that these gangs, put out there. In fact, I'm not sure if this is what the video you're going to see today talks about, but there are some, videos available of former gang members explaining kind of how they got into the gang, what they believed about it, and how it was just all revealed to be lies once they really got inside. It wasn't the the panacea of things, cars and the high life that they believed it to be from the outside. So I mean, it's not something we've looking at particularly ourselves. I mean, we certainly hear anecdotal stories from our clients, but they line up with all of the things you've heard about so far this summer.
We have one more question for you.
Sure.
Representative Prince.
Okay, hey, thank you again for the presentation. However, I'm just, I guess who I am, I guess the way it is.
Sure.
If I give responsibility to law enforcement, to people to go out and do certain things, we also look for authority as well. Mm-hmm. Now, I understand this database, and I'm checking out your numbers to go through 2012. I see this as a tool that they may use, much as anything else, like a drug-related sex offenders or anything like that, to help sort of hone in on certain folks or certain activities. What is it that you recommend, if not a database, to track this stuff? What is it that you or your team may recommend that law enforcement, because they're the ones at the end of the day, we can sit up here and write all the laws we want, but at the end of the day, someone has to execute it, because we have to keep our people safe. We want votes, and we have to keep our voters happy. What is it that you're recommending that we do in spite of database?
Mr. Nichols has a response.
And I agree entirely that law enforcement has to have tools in order to protect the community. Unfortunately, what I've seen is that the investigation that goes into labeling someone as a gang member is not very thorough. And that will be used to prosecute the person. So if there is a database, what will very likely happen is person A will be placed on a database. It'll be written down on the file. File will be given to a prosecutor to go to a bond hearing. Prosecutor will spend maybe 20 minutes looking at the file and tell the judge, oh, Your Honor, this person's also on the gang registry. There's no thorough investigation, no follow-up information, anything like that. To your question of what should be done, it's not saying that law enforcement should not have their own internal tools for identifying who is a part of a gang, what is a gang structure, what is their activity. That's part of them doing a thorough investigation. The problem becomes when a label is placed on somebody saying, you're a part of a gang. And then the due process issues flow, because now how do you get taken off of that registry? Who else can see your name is on that registry? So between the two of internal law enforcement tools, then law enforcement should develop whatever tools they need. If they have a list of individuals, they should use that as a tool for their investigations. But it should not be a conclusion right before even before the person's ever charged with a crime.
Can I add also, you're talking about Portland. Portland is the city that had the 20-year database for 20 years. And 2 police chiefs and the mayor all agreed it wasn't worthwhile. They said we can still do our policing, we could still do it based on what we learned about individual children and adults without having classification of the gang made by gang database. And so when you have 3 police chiefs and the mayor all agreeing, I think it can be done. And I found some links on the internet, and that's how I found all that. We could share it with you, save you some time about how Portland thinks it's not appropriate to have a gang database after 20 years.
Good, and I appreciate Portland, but I think our Georgia GBI is what sort of, I guess this database is held at. Is that correct? And
If you were
statewide,
if you
right.
were to
And
accept
I'd
the
rather-
recommendation of developing a statewide database, yes.
Okay.
Funding it, actually.
Get some feedback from them on is this database useful to them? Because again, it's a tool, as we all agree, correct?
But
That
it's
is a
being
tool,
used as a weapon.
right? And that's the part we want to try to prevent.
Right.
We all agree.
Yeah,
Okay,
so our
thanks.
recommendations would be with respect to how it is utilized and whether someone receives notice of being on the database, how that's handled with respect to review, removal. Due process concerns are what we're hoping that you'll address with that.
We've got one definite last question, and then we're going to move on to Mr. Dominique Stokes.
That's my question. So I have a very quick question. It's never been a time like it is now. There's so much tension between the policemen and the community. There's so much going on. We're here talking about intervention and prevention. That's what we're talking about. We're trying to find ways to help our young people be successful and be productive worldwide, nationwide, and especially in Georgia. What we don't want is that the database that we have potentially undermines public confidence in the department's legitimacy and effectiveness in the service of its public. So we're paying money. The GBI, whoever it is asking for money to be ineffective. You're suggesting that this GBI database may not be the way to go. However, there could be a way that we can still focus on keeping the community safe and keeping the state safe without doing something that's ineffective that's going to cost us more money in the long run. So with that being said, my question would be, what else does the public defender have inside that could potentially help our young people out here who are trying to find ways out or who are trying to find solutions to the ills that plague them?
The public defender offices, what resources do they have?
Yes.
What I can speak to is just my limited knowledge of my experience, but the offices I worked in had social workers on staff. But I will tell you, just the capacity for those 1 or 2 social workers is all that it is what it is. And when you're also dealing with a severe mental health crisis within the population that they are serving, I just don't know how much capacity they have for also doing wraparound services for potential gang members. I don't know how to specifically answer that question from a statewide basis. But that is something I'd be happy to follow up with the Georgia Public Defender Council and ask and follow up with you to let you know what capacity that they think they might have to supply some of these services. But I'm not in a position to say what they have available to them right now.
Thank you so much. Well, thank you for the services you do provide.
Certainly.
And we want to thank you. Let me say this, all of these presentations are going to be a part of our conclusion to compile our recommendations. So we want to thank you for the time that you've all taken to prepare, and thank you for what you do.
You're welcome. And if there's anything we can do to help in your next 2-week effort, we're happy to do that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
While Dominique is coming, I do want to say that we've had some great help from GMA, taking surveys, and ACGG, over 159 counties that we've been trying to get information and feedback from. So I'm very thankful. We also have with us, I see Brother Haynes from 100 Black Men of that's here. I think he was here earlier. Some members of the Boys and Girls Clubs. If you are a part of any organization, I know that the Boys and Girls Club of Augusta, any other representations from organizations or agencies that are here, just wave your hands. All right. We want to make sure we get you signed in because we want to make sure that we value what you do and we want to get you involved. Heard a lot about, for those of you that have not met Dominique Stokes, and what he does right here with the Community Teen Coalition in Atlanta is tremendous. We're going to show a video, and it's not called The Real, but believe me, it is real. It gives you a wake up to what's going on with Georgia and the activity of organized crime, as we say, with our youth. I'm going to yield to Mr. Dominique Stokes and Community Teen Coalition.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, committee members. My name is Dominic Stokes. I'm the founder of Community Teen Coalition, which I founded in 2007. It's a youth enrichment entrepreneurship program, and we have many other buckets that falls underneath our program. I'm gonna show a video. I'm not gonna show the entire video, at least about 10, 12 minutes of the video. I have roughly over 10 hours of footage from over 7, 8 years ago. One man, one camera, going out in the community, go out in the streets, interviewing and meeting gang members. And I tell you, as I look back this week of the footage and the information, my heart started to pound because I was in areas that normally I wouldn't be in. Some of the areas I grew up in, but things have changed from 10, 15 years ago. With me, I have my mother, my wife had to leave out. Those are my support group. So as I watch this and I see, I've been at this place before where we talk about the rise of gangs, and 7, 8 years ago, I was working on the forefront of really trying to raise awareness of gang and criminal activity. I was going to meetings, I was hosting town hall meetings, and people weren't listening. Everyone said, you know what, there's not a gang problem. There's no gang problem in Georgia. We're okay. And it got frustrating. You know, I'm not in politics. I'm just as a citizen that really cared about my community and cared about young people. And during that time, I saw young people that were being incarcerated, young people that were dropping out of school, young people that were joining gangs, young people that couldn't find jobs. And so that's why in 2007, I started this program. So you're gonna see just a couple of clips of some interviews. Like I said, I have over 10 hours worth of footage. I didn't finish the whole entire documentary. I had my daughter and I wanted to step back because it started to really increase in the violence. A lot of people knew who I was when I was walking on the streets, and it was good. It was a lot of love and respect. But I think I had a season that I took advantage of. And so now, you know, we're at this place 8 years ago talking about the same thing. So I'll just show you some of the clips, and then I'll come back up and talk a little more about it.
I want to make sure these niggas know who I am.
Some motherfuckers go punch a clock, I go punch a nigga's fucking hole, you know what I'm saying? That is my job.
Every gangster's life comes to an end very quickly. I hate to break it to you, you know what I'm saying?
Is that? I ain't telling them nothing, but I heard the streets was talking. I ain't telling them nothing, but I heard the streets was talking. I ain't telling them nothing, but I heard the streets was talking. In the hood every day, walking out.
Yeah, I do this shit, bro, cause really, that's all I know.
Yeah, money. Get rich and die trying, baby. That's what we do on the street. You know what I'm talking about?
But I heard the streets was talking. In the hood every day, walking out talking.
The overwhelming reason for kids to join street gangs is to meet the need that is not being fulfilled by their family, school, church, or community.
We are dealing mostly with criminal street gangs, and that's the way they're termed under Georgia law, criminal street gang. Two or more individuals who share common characteristics and associate for the purposes of criminal activity, and that last phrase is what's key.
Life of a thug is life of putting your life in risk at all times. You know, everywhere you turn, you know, you're putting yourself in danger.
When I was growing up, if you got people that was involved in gangs, it's because of territorial, you know, from poverty-stricken areas where you got neighborhoods that are warring and been beefing for a long period of time. So you had to come together with your peers to protect each other.
Ain't nobody just gonna be walking around our neighborhoods, you know what I'm saying? You gotta have a label on yourself. Either you live here, we know everybody live here, we know faces. You just walking around, just looking for trouble, you gonna get knocked out.
Hey man, they trying to get us out the street, man. You better check the courtroom, man. They getting folk life, bro.
What they giving their life for?
Hey man, for a little dumb shit a nigga ain't do, man. Everybody locked up for something they ain't do, bro. I'm telling you, bro.
The guy has crack, everything.
Those who go to jail in great numbers today drop out of school in great numbers, and that's where they're going to end up, right? Are deciding the future of the rest of us.
I'm the CEO, so geek, and goddamn Recipe the Trail, Uncle Moozah and the D-Mall. If you don't like that, I'ma kill you and all that, you feel me? R.I.P. D-Mall. Yo, rest stick, glad you already know Cap 1.
Emulate be like. And that's what people don't understand. You know, it's not that simple. It's easy when you stand on the sideline and say, okay, well, them kids know right from wrong, and they, you know, they know what not to do and what not to do. Okay, if your mama on crack, and she go out all night, and you 8, 9 years old, you out at 10 o'clock at night by yourself, unsupervised, and your mother's sleeping all day, that's your reality. Who's telling you what's right and what's wrong?
see the money, you see the fame, you see the people knowing you, and you want to be a part of it.
It's just a sick feeling on the inside when you don't know what your son is out there doing. If they're hurting someone, if they're taking a life.
I seen people getting raped. I seen people getting killed, and it was just tragic for me. It was more harder than now than I seen on the street being a gang member.
They called me the #1 fighter. So anything pop off, I had to be, I was always there. I was always like, okay, y'all ain't gotta worry about it. Let me handle it.
The gang actually offers that to them. They give them love, support, backup, friendship, money. They give them a sense of family. And unfortunately for a lot of our girls, that's what they need.
I don't believe in gangs, period, because that end up people dead. That's why these young men and young ladies say they this and they this and that. You don't know who you are when you get in a gang. But I don't know who I was when I got in a gang.
How long you been in the game?
Like 4 or 5 months.
And what made you decide to join the gang?
I felt by myself. I felt alone. I had no family. Mama a crackhead. I just want to be a part of something that was taking over, and they was taking over to me, so I joined.
Gangs tend to think about being in a family. They consider themselves, when they're in a gang, it's a family, and that, they're gonna get the love and respect and things that they don't get, say, from an actual family that me, you, and I have come from.
The FBI have noticed, for example, the Los Angeles gangs, the Bloods and the Crips, the gangs who would more identify with themselves, they were close-knit, they were very tight. Over the years, the gangs have spread out and become more of opportunists and more identifying with social media. They're not tied in with each other as they were in a family sense like they were in California. More so they're tied in for criminal activity or crimes of opportunity.
To be honest with you, if you think about it, you're talking about a family that would be willing to beat you into their community or their family. A family that would be willing to sex young girls into your family, or to even to get stamped in or blessed in to get out of something like that.
They got a thrill out of it. Still joke about it. Yeah, do it for 31 seconds. For real, I feel like the longest 31 seconds of my life.
I feel that they're looking out for themselves as opposed to the overall organization, as you would identify the traditional gangs in the past.
You don't mean nothing to me. Because guess what? My light's out. We ain't got no food in the house. And regardless of what you tell me, he got a pocket full of money. That's who I want to be like.
Hell, shit, you leave your little boy at home, man, you ain't doing shit, he gonna come right here. This is where the fuck he gonna get his love from, and he gonna get paid. Shit, we don't play that shit. Somebody fuck with him, they fucking with us. You know what I'm saying? You want a motherfucker like this coming to kick your door in? With this? I don't think so. Shit, we take care of each other.
King David, King Hoover, 2009, Mr. Hoover G-Day. We came from Black Gangster Disciple to GD. GD came after Mr. David died. And we evolved. Once you organize, you know what I'm saying, then they gonna say, okay, these guys are organized. They just ain't throwing on red bandanas and saying they this, not whatever. To be one of us, you gotta go through the trials and tribulations. And I say this all the time. This ain't for everybody. You know what I'm saying? If you come in thinking that, oh, I could go out and get into it with some Bloods or something and they gonna back me up. No, sir. We're gonna do our homework, and if you're in violation, you're gonna get dealt with. Neighborhood killer, 60 killer, O killer. It's neighborhood 60 killer right there. 9 Deuce Hoover, that S stands for Southside, you know what I'm saying? Goddamn, the big H, that stands for the Hoover. This sign right here, that's a neighborhood crip symbol. And damn, we don't do that, you know what I'm saying? We throw it on H's like that, drop my big H on it like that, throw that 2 on top. I ain't had no father figure, bro. Right when my daddy got off in front of me, bro, everybody was already orange and blue. You know what I'm saying? I was already seeing it, but that shit just really got my attention even more. You know what I'm saying?
If I am born into a gang family, what else do I know?
I mean, I'm gonna be in that family. If my mom and my dad are teaching me how to throw hand signs at a young age, that's what I learn. If I hang out, if our parties are all gang members, I learn that behavior. So
My homies was part of it. It's my neighborhood, you feel me? Everybody I hung with, they was doing it. They was banking, you know what I mean? They was getting money, they was doing things. They had all the fly with me, you feel me? But shit, me, I wanted that too still. But shit, we protected our neighborhood, you feel me? When our homeboys got jumped or something like that, we had to go handle that, you know what I'm saying? When our female friends got problems, you know what I'm saying? One of the grandmas, they need some money. They ain't gotta pay their light bill or some shit. The big homie on the set, he'll look out for her. Pay her light bill, keep her eating, you know what I mean? Put food in the house, you feel me? It ain't just about no killing each other. Shit, it's real life, you feel me? Protecting my homeboys, protecting my family, protecting the people in my neighborhood.
So how do you change that mindset? It's a deprogramming process. But first of all, you gotta have people in place or things in place that are empathetic with these kids, that are making themselves transparent and show these kids that they do care about them and they want to see them make it.
It's a young VP. If the streets could talk, what would they really say?
Gang members is active. Gang banging is active. You repping your shit, you're not active. You just repping what you know of. Gang banging is active. He's out there in the streets banging on another sex because that's what he feels. That's what he feels has to be happening.
In 2011, there was, in the jurisdiction of Fulton County, there was a total of 124 homicides. The age range is typically for the victims is 15 to 23 years of age, primarily African American male victims.
The 19 years, God, that you gave us with Devontae Stembridge. And Father, we thank you, Father, for every smile that he gave us. Father, we thank you, Father, for every joy, for every encouraging word.
So he got me. He's praying for my strength as well. Yeah. You know, me being right here where I had to identify my son at, it's not easy. It's not easy at all. But just for me, like, we trying to defeat the devil. So I'm going to be right here and I'm going to stand strong. Because I trust in God and I know somebody seen something and somebody knows something. So therefore, I just have faith. Somebody's going to be captured. So if I got to come out here every day by myself, I will.
It's something that shouldn't have happened. I mean, to such a good person that didn't have a problem with nobody. You know what I'm saying? He was the type of person, if he had a problem with you, he just wasn't going to talk to you. He wasn't going to retaliate. He just wasn't going to talk to you.
What are we dying for? So we're killing.
I'm sorry. Do y'all want to keep watching it, or? I just wanted to show, first of all, it's definitely an eye-opener for me because this was in 2011, and today we're still talking about the same problem, so it's still relevant, you know. That was a tough time for me, you know, 4 or 5 years ago because it was pretty consistent that I was either going to a funeral, speaking at a school, this week later someone was losing their life. Devontae, I actually mentored his sister, and he was shot on Gobby Road and shot in the back of the head, him and another guy. And I have countless, you know, so many stories of young people that were losing their lives. So today, I don't want to talk too much. I'm not going to keep you guys long because I know this. I'm trying to pull up the slide. So an article came out. I'm just going to read the headline. This was August 2nd, 2019. It said, in Georgia, anti-gang push aims at more convictions, longer prison sentences. Officials say they are fighting a rising crisis. We're in a state of emergency. We were in a state of emergency 8 years ago. In 2011, there was another article that came out through the AJC, and they talked about the gangs. It was roughly around 13 to 14,000 gang members in Georgia. They were saying from 13 to 30,000 gangs. It was kind of hard to tell. But right now in 2019, we're at 71,000, and that number can be even greater than that. So there's almost an 80% increase in gang membership. So as you watch the video, there's nothing that was so attractive that you wonder why so many people and so many young people are joining gangs, right? For the average person, you wonder why, why? Death, incarceration, what's the motivation? Why are so many people, why is there an increase? But here, we see that incarceration, just incarcerating all these young people, it's not working. You spend $90,000 a year to incarcerate a juvenile. It's not working. What happens to rehabilitation? So our program, one of the things that makes our program successful is not just our program, it's our partnerships. And so before I got a couple slides I'm gonna touch on, but then I'm gonna have Mr. Ty Dennis say a couple words. He's a detective with the Atlanta Police Department. He's doing some amazing work, works with the Gang Task Force, has a program called Clippers and Cops, where he's building that relationships with the community and law enforcement. I have gang members, former gang members that I've worked with throughout the years. I had a couple that wanted to be here, but I'll be honest, some of them are tired. They're tired of going to meetings. They're tired of meeting with city officials, saying, hey, we got an issue, we got a problem, okay. What are you guys gonna do? They're tired of people talking about it. Because we talked about it 10 years ago and we didn't get any support. So we already identified over 1,500 suspected gang members networked statewide, over 1.4 million gang members nationwide. We already know, well, some may not know, why do kids join gangs? So we know through socialization, family, culture, peer, there's so many different reasons why young people join gangs. And I think from my research and my documentation and going out with the video, I was able to see a different side, because people that do bad things need to be locked up. I agree, they do. Some people need to be locked up for a very long time. But as I was in those communities, I saw some people that were missing something. When you look in their eyes, they were hopeless. They had no idea what was next, had no idea what's to come, wasn't even thinking about a future, wasn't thinking that, man, I can become a defense attorney. I can become a doctor. Like, that wasn't their dream. All they knew about was the drug dealer, the pimp that was on the corner. And to be honest, when you walk and you drive through those communities, so as I mentioned, one man, one camera, I was in those communities. They didn't know me. I was in some really rough areas. Some right down the street from here. We had Broad Street, drug infested. People hanging out every day. The guy said on the camera, I'll sell you if you let me. Right? That shows hopelessness. Those young people that I came across, you had some that need to be locked up. They need to be locked up for a very long time. But the majority of the young people that I came across, they were involved just because of their socialization, the people around them, their community. And then when you go down in James P. Browley, Joseph E. Boone, you go into that area, and I saw boarded up homes, gang graffiti on the walls. And those young people see that every day. Every day. And I asked those young people, has anyone came by here? Has anyone from the council, city council came by? No. So in their minds, people don't care. Don't care. So why do I care about you? Just like he said in that video, mom's on crack, but that guy got a pocket full of money. But you know what I'm gonna do? I'm going to get that. And so what our program has done, and as Mr. Art Powell, former gang member, mentioned, it's a deprogramming process. We help deprogram the mindset of the young people that we work with. We put them around people like you, attorneys, doctors, lawyers, where they can see beyond their circumstances every day. And it works. I have partners that I can call on that are former gang members. I have one guy in Lawton, Oklahoma, Mr. Lenny O'Reilly, he passed, but I have another guy, Ricky, former head gang member up in Lawton. And I've been there twice because the county wanted me to come there because it's a military town and they have heavy artillery and a lot of gang members around there. But I can call Ricky, and Ricky, I'm his mentor. We can have conversation. Where instead of committing that crime or that murder, he said, you know what? I don't think we're going to do that. It's building those relationships because these young people, they want people that care. We know what the statistics are. We know what they are. We got an intelligent group in here. We know. But as I had a slide that said, are you interested or are you committed? And I think that's the question that we need to ask ourselves as we leave today. Are we just interested in the numbers? Are we just doing this to do it? Or are we really committed to bring out change? I'm not going to talk about risk factors. We know as far as the school systems, and we have family dysfunction, sexual abuse, homelessness is one of the big areas that I saw and I witnessed firsthand where a lot of these young people were involved in gang, because you got to look at what the gang provides. Sense of belonging for many, family, provides jobs, right? It gives reward and recognition. So when you take that car, you do smash and grab. When you do that, hey, you move up in the ranks. And so what I've done over the years, over the past 10 years, is embrace that motto. So I've learned a lot from gang members. I learned a lot. Because, reason I say that, because they're doing something that's attracting so many young people. They're doing something right. In our eyes, it's not the right thing, but they're finding that void that many of these kids have, and they're wheeling them in. And so I said, you know what? We're going to use that motto. And so we're recruiting ourselves. And so through my program, we have 3 Upward Bound programs, and then we have just that falls under the umbrella of Community Teen Coalition. I just did, every year we do a male mentor event. We do several. We just took a group of young people to paintball to relieve some stress, right? To relieve some stress. So we were out there shooting paintballs. But the team, and I had students from different schools, and some that I knew that were in gangs, some that were not in gangs. But at that very moment, if you were just there, you would have no idea who was in the gang, because everybody were kids, just having a great time. And then I had some mentors that were there, that we partner in, and we left and we went to This Is It, and we fellowship. We sat at the table and we had some conversation, what a lot of times our young people don't get. They don't have the opportunity to sit with a male and have a conversation about life. That's big. At a dinner table, and to eat and just have a real conversation. Every year we host a career day, and then we bring professionals out, and we allow the young people the opportunity to ask the tough questions of what it takes to get to where they want to be. And so the reason I'm mentioning this is because those are things that have worked within our program when you're talking about changing the mindset of young people, where you're talking about decreasing the number of young people that are joining gangs. We're not incarcerating anyone. I'm working with the same system that everyone else is working with. And some of the kids that I work with, they have records. Some of them in the past had lengthy records. But I trust them as they come on board, and we show them the one thing that we've seen that changed many of them is just that we care. We love them. And I tell them, hey, man, I love you. To go out into these communities and to those environments for people to embrace, to have a dialogue with me without even knowing me shows they want help. They want help. So I got a couple more, and I'm pretty much done. The wealthiest, Miles Monroe said, the wealthiest place in the world is the cemetery. And part of that reason is because people are dying every day without living their purpose. Every day. If it's incarceration or if it's in the cemetery. And that's what I've seen when working with these young people. And I think that's what keeps me optimistic and knowing that change is coming. Knowing that we're not going to be at this percent where it's going to be 80% or every year is a 20, 40% increase in gang membership. I know through our collaboration through TIE, through the collaboration of other former gang members, through other programs, amazing programs like the 100 Black Men, Boys and Girls Club, all those programs collectively, like, we're in this together, especially with law enforcement. And so we work hand in hand with law enforcement to say, how can we help bridge that gap? How can we help the young people that are in these communities understand that law enforcement is not bad? Because if something happens, who are you going to call? Or what number are you going to dial? 911. Okay. So that lets me know that there's a gap. And that's when it comes in. Some of the work that he's doing is bridging that gap. So it helps young people understand that, you know what? It takes a village. So last thing I just want to touch on, there are 5 areas that we focus on: social and emotional well-being, help youth feel socially connected, where it gives them a sense of belonging. We work on academics, also STEM programs that we have throughout our program that helps with our wraparound service with the young people. Financial literacy, which was a big piece, where we allow to equip the youth with the skills and the knowledge to manage money. A lot of them know how to manage money. They're doing it on the street, but actually doing it where it can benefit them long term. So we connected with financial departments and one to help educate young people. One big component is social entrepreneurship. Every gang member that I spoke with all talked about money. Money, 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 money. That was one of the motivators for many of them. So through our youth entrepreneurship program, we have Italianized carts, and we have different areas around Atlanta that we set up carts, and young people actually are at those carts. They receive a stipend for working, and they're learning about business, entrepreneurship, and working on their soft skills that are transferable. And lastly, is civic engagement. We do community service work where our young people that works in our program, where they actually can take ownership of their community. Several years ago, we partnered with the city of Atlanta, and we did a graffiti cleanup on Metropolitan. And the young people clean up the gang graffiti in their own community. And so that gives them ownership of that particular area. And that's pretty much it. Exposure. We took young people to New York, DC, all over. And I think that's one of the biggest component of our success is really getting people outside of their areas that they see every day. So nothing fancy. It's just really sticking to the basics of what young people need. And from there, it provides the evidence that we need that our program is working through so many other different factors that I can talk to about a later time. But if we have a second, I would like actually Ty Dennis, detective for the Atlanta Police Department, to say a couple words.
How y'all doing? Detective Tyrone Dennis. I'm a 15-year veteran of Atlanta Police Department. I'm actually a gang detective, so a lot of this stuff that you guys are talking about, this is my everyday. She gave a great presentation, and that's basically part of my everyday job as a gang investigator. I investigate gang crimes. I'm certified as a gang expert, and we actually use our gang database. But another part of what I do is mentor. I've been mentoring the entire time I've been a police officer. In law enforcement, when you're doing God's work, you don't get a lot of media attention. So when you mentor and do things like that, you don't hear about those type of things. You hear about the officers that are being charged or indicted or things like that. So last year, after doing mentorship, and also I'm on both sides of the coin, because by day I'm prosecuting people, and then the other side is trying to mentor and deter them from crime, because like some of the numbers and some of the data that we saw, unfortunately, in my line of work, a lot of people or majority of everybody's coming across my desk look just like me. And I didn't sleep well with that. So I wanted to try to do whatever I could to deter it by showing them what I do as an investigator and how some of the things that you can do with social media and some of those things could ruin your life. That's evidence. And not all of us are corny police officers as we're portrayed. I listen to the same music as you. I interact just like you. I'm just a police officer. So last year in 2018, after countless officer-involved shootings that we all see, I created a program called Clippers and Cops. Clippers and Cops is basically an opportunity for us to try to bridge the gap. We call, in the black community, the barbershop is a black man's country club. Basically, we talk about any and everything in a barbershop. So we decided to embark on that and try to have open dialogue about citizen and police engagement. How do we bridge that gap? Whether you agree with Kaepernick, kneel, don't kneel, what are we doing afterwards? So we decided to make ourselves available in our spare time and go into these barbershops and let's talk. Let's talk about anything you want to talk about. Let's talk about traffic stops, do's, don'ts. Let's talk about, as a police officer, what could make an officer escalate it to he's ready to fire his gun. Me personally, I've never shot anybody. Have I pulled my weapon? I worked Boulevard. If you guys familiar with the old 4th Ward, I worked that for 6.5 years every day. So some of the stuff we can candy coat it and make it seem like, oh, it's peaches and cream. There are gang members in Atlanta. There's gang violence in Atlanta. We read about slighter crimes and all these different things every day. That's my job. So I try to put that out to the public so some of these people can get an understanding from my point of view. Because anytime you hear about an officer-involved shooting, you don't hear it from the officer. You hear it from our powers that be with a prepared statement. So I want to be able to speak for myself and tell you how I feel or how that can escalate to an officer-involved shooting or not. A lot of these kids, when you talk to them, just like Dominic said, he and I linked a couple of years ago in passing. And you see better, you do better. A lot of these kids are looking for opportunities. A lot of these kids, when you talk to them as an investigator, when you provide them with different opportunities and different ways of doing things, some of them can be CEOs of companies. If you look at some of the drug operations that they're running, they're already CEOs of companies. They're just doing it from what they know. And I myself come from a single parent home. My mom kept me involved in an activity. When they say a devil's mind, idle mind is a devil's workshop. Some of these kids, all they got is a PlayStation and a phone. And a lot of us think that if we stay north of the perimeter, it doesn't affect us. We're starting to see white gangs, fentanyl, sex trafficking, all that is gang affiliated. You got me? And until we show them something different, it's going to continue. If we can continue to move north all we want, it's there too. So like Dominic said, we have to come up with better solutions and better ways. Clippers and Cops is not the only way. It's just our way of trying to give back. My department didn't hire me to become the spokesperson for this. I did it on my own. I didn't ask them could I do it, but they've gotten on board because they see it. To sit and talk to somebody and after you talk in these barbershops and somebody just come and hug you and say thank you, it means a lot. And some of the things that people hate us about, it ain't got nothing to do with me. It's a traffic stop from 5-6 years ago that they were misinformed. We had a female, she got pulled over for a warrant, and it was out of Miami. And as an Atlanta police officer, I can tell you right now, if you have a warrant, it's not up to me, it's above my pay grade. You gotta go. But she hated Atlanta police for that. And once we explained it was a clerical issue in Miami, that they didn't clear that up, that officer is not at fault. He was just doing his job. She came up and gave a hug and said, thank you, I've hated y'all for 5 years now. That cleared that up. So it's one of those things where to see it happen, to tell you about it is one thing, but to see it happen and to feel the energy in the room, it's not all kumbaya, everybody agreeing. It's us trying to come up with a solution. Us includes law enforcement, us includes you guys, us includes everybody. It takes a village. It's not just a law enforcement issue. It's not just a community activist. You guys who make the laws, it's all of us. And unless we want to come up with a real solution, it's going to continue to happen. So I encourage you guys, I appreciate the opportunity to speak before you guys. Dominique gave me the opportunity. And I hope that we can come up with some type of solutions moving forward to make Georgia better, because I live here. I'm originally from St. Louis, and watching Ferguson happen, Ferguson was brewing for years. For us, I grew up in that. We knew not to drive through Ferguson. We would take what's 285 around Ferguson, right? Because over time, the demographic changed. When I grew up in the city, Ferguson was considered, both of your parents worked and you guys were doing good. But over time, the demographic changed, but the government didn't change. So a lot of people think it was about Mike Brown. That been happening. We were numbers, because numbers paid for the things that went on in that city. So they would prey on us. When we drove through, they would pull us over. 4 black heads, get them. You got me? And then there's 8 other jurisdictions right there that might cite you for the same thing. So I grew up in that. So I take pride in my work and not trying to just charge and lock everybody up, because we can't lock ourselves up out of this problem. We can, like Dominic just said, jail is not rehabilitating. If they get out of jail and they go back to the same environment that they were in, that they left, what do you think they're gonna do? They're not used to punching a clock. And it's hard getting up at 6 o'clock in the morning, getting 3 kids together, fighting Atlanta traffic, going to work, and then you look at your check in 2 weeks and say, trust me, I'm a City of Atlanta police officer, okay? So for somebody that's never done it, and you just sat in a cell for a few years, you're gonna resort back to what you know. I just did a presentation on hip hop culture and gang culture. A lot of the things that's being fed to our children through music and movies is help push it. Some of the movies I showed in my presentation, some of my white counterparts had never seen, but they're hood classics. You got me? So it's a lot of things that's being pushed into leading to this gang crisis that we're talking about. We talked about it as a gang crisis in 2019, and just like Dominic said, in 2008 when the housing market crashed, what was the first thing we did away with? After school programs. So what do we think was gonna happen to these children? The gangs from New York, LA, they came in, and they came for a lot of reasons that a lot of us moved here. Warm weather, cheap property, always something to do, right? And they've embarked on our environments. And that's how the gang crisis has spread. So I thank you guys, and I hope we can come up with some type of better solutions in the near future.
Let me say something to you and Mr. Stokes and Detective Dennis. I was with Commissioner Oliver in Savannah the other day, and he did something. I'm gonna do the same thing. He said, I'm gonna remove myself as commissioner, and I'm gonna be Tyrone. I'm gonna remove myself as chairman and be Carl. Do not be weary in your well-doing, for I believe this is the defining hour. In 1984, I lost 2 friends to senseless violence while I was a student here at Morris Brown. I have been working for 35 years to focus on stopping the violence. I came from the patterns of a group of young people that were the gang that put me out at the age of 13 so that I would do well, and they went to prison. When I spoke to the speaker about this particular committee, it was a passion, a purpose for my heart. And I don't know what has not been done. I know by the power invested in me as an individual, I am committed. I am tired of going to meetings and meetings and meetings. All things are possible. The resources are here. Detective Dennis, be weary in your well-doing, because some folk are benefiting. But guess what? You need resources. Our commitment is even surpassing this committee. I believe we're going to do some things even surpassing this committee. We're going to get together with some stakeholders. Now, our elected officials and we as leaders, we've got to dig deep down and look into our resources. There should not be an organization like your organization in Atlanta that is benefiting people, the masses, and the impact. Because you have counselors too, don't you?
Oh yeah, counselors, therapists, yes.
That doesn't have the resources. And one of the things I asked God, I said, and when I'm doing your work, allow me to have the resources I need. I just want to do the work. And so you should be able to have the resources that you need. Detective, you should not be struggling to do the work. I'm going to say it real loud because I know the state of Georgia is listening right now. Local municipalities, county, state, if we all get together for real and stop playing numbers, if we all get together and we're serious, I was just watching out of my peripheral view the number of people that came in and came out. There was another meeting. What's going on over here? But this thing is serious. And let me say this. If you don't help us now, it's coming to a theater near you. It don't help us. When I look, I just got a text. I showed Mr. Francis in Savannah, there was another shooting just now. Bloop. In a residential home that had nothing to do with the person.
Yep.
Just now. So this is serious. This is not just the 5th meeting and that's it. For me, it is a very committed, we got work to do. We really got work to do. And I just believe, and that's why we asked all the stakeholders from the YMCAs, the Girls and Boys Club, 100 Black Men, anyone, whosoever will let them come, that after this meeting, we got some work. The resources are there. Now, I'll say this humbly, without Representative Prince and Chairman Hitchens beat me up. You got members here on the Appropriations Committee. We are. So we are here to appropriate. Am I correct? I just believe. I'm stupid enough to believe. I don't know anything. But coming into this, we've got to be able to take the resources that we have. We have Commissioner Crittenden from DHS. We have Commissioner Oliver. We have the superintendent of the school, the assistant superintendent of schools here. So somewhere along the line, even though, and I hear about the budget cuts, I hear about that. But somewhere along the line, inside the budget, inside there has to be something we can do. We went down to Savannah, Georgia the other day, and Commissioner Oliver did a great job meeting with several stakeholders. And he said, this is what I am able to do. And so now we got a program possibly coming out. Space was already donated, am I right? We're ready to roll. So if you leave here today, before you leave, tap one of our staff members on the shoulder and say, I'm in, what can I do? Believe me, we have Dee is here from 100 Black Men. Would you stand? Let me say this. So he's over a facility of the YMCA. We called him up, talked about a program. After this committee meeting is over with, he said, I got the space. Are you with me? So what can we do? So I just want you to know we're not going to sit on it. And in the presence of your mother and your wife, I know I run a nonprofit. I know it's hard. But I'm going to tell you on this one, this is the defining moment that Georgia's going to have to speak up and stand up and do. And so I just believe that it's going to happen. So thank you so much for what you do. I wanted Dominique to come back again, and we need to, get a little touch up, bring it down to Savannah, Georgia, because I know that that's a conversation that's going to bring people to the room when you can get into the barber chair.
We actually got 15 cities, including Ottawa, Canada, already wanting us to come. Yep. They've actually been trying to mimic it all over the United States since CNN ran a story.
Well, we definitely want to see what we can do. I'm going to just open it up briefly to our committee members, if you have anything to say. We do want to also, I know we want to end up taking a tour, so if you can let us know when we can, we'd be glad to. Okay, we're going to open up the floor if anyone has any questions. Is that Ms. Trotter? Commissioner Crittenden.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't have any questions, but I just wanted to thank you both for being here today and again for your presentation again today. You shared last time something that much of what you said struck me, but you had a little saying, and I've kept it in my mind since then, and it was see it to be it, and you said that last time, and I think it's just so important, and it's what both of you are really talking about today and behind and what you're doing, and so thank you for your work.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Kit, is that Kit?
Yeah. Thank you for that. Appreciate it, Mr. Stokes and Detective Dennis. I just want to throw this out there because it's kind of hot. I love the Clippers and Cops thing, and we're doing some work in Selma, Alabama, where there's very, very high youth crime, youth gang, homicide rate, top 10 country kind of thing, and nobody knows about it because they think it's this peaceful little Dr. King city, and it's not.
Right.
But anyway, there's a barbershop, obviously, and it is what you say. I've learned that, so I just walked in there and met the guy and said, "Look, here's my vision. I would love to. This could be a spot we could really start doing some things, but I have no idea about it." And then I hear you, and I'm like, if you're trying to spread out, I mean, Selma is about to get a lot more attention. Disney's doing a documentary there, and we're doing some stuff in the jail on the streets, but I would love to invite you to do something there if and when, because I think it's a great high-profile thing. I think more people need to know that there are law enforcement, wonderful people out there that are not just fighting to keep it safe by sending guys away, but you're mentoring. I mean, we need stories like that in this country right now. Yeah. And I think the barbershop idea is brilliant. So I'd love to talk about partnering with you on that.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Oliver?
Anyone else, Mr. Trotter? Well, let me go to Mr. Trotter first.
Okay.
Is that 17?
Dominique, it's a pleasure again to meet you and to hear about your awesome program. I think that what you're doing makes sense. I too myself have been working with young people for over 25 years with Savannah Youth City, so I know how it feels to walk among these young people and hear the things that you've heard. I know what it looks like when they're saying, "I just don't care, I'm not scared of Jesus, you are the policeman." So I understand those things, but what I do want to commend you about is that your ability to start an entrepreneurship business, because the idea is if you change the conditions of the young people, you change their situation. Absolutely. We can talk all day about what needs to happen, what they're in. We all know the situation. We're in a state of an emergency. Yep. But what we also know is that conditions are going to have to be changed and fixed and rearranged for these kids to make better decisions. So my question for you today is, what is it that you would need? You need money, of course, but what exactly, tell us a success story and tell us exactly what is that thing that you need to be more successful, because grassroots is the answer. That is the answer.
Well, I'll say success story with the entrepreneurship, which we've been doing over several years, has been it's been overwhelming as far as the number of youth that want to get involved. And what we need is definitely more people that want to partner with us to provide those needs for those students. And that's also teaching young people, about how to start a business. So part of what we've done is partnering with the business community where we can provide more workshops, more opportunity for young people to really come up with their plan, because a lot of young people that we talk with, even gang members, I had one in particular that wanted to do a tattoo parlor. He had so many ideas, but didn't know how to get started. And so really teaching them like the basics of how to start a business, I think will be instrumental in the success of that. And even with our Italian Ice card program, our goal is to get more cards into the school systems, where one, it can generate money for the schools, financially, especially for your booster clubs, your bands, but also it provides a skill set for young people to work on a lot of their soft skills. And what we found is that I had a couple situations, but young people that didn't know how to communicate. They were very shy, they were introverts, but once they got behind that cart and they had to sell a product, it got them outside of that comfort zone. So we want to emulate that more and get it throughout the school systems, because it's teaching young people skills that are transferable. So if they want to start their business or if they want to go work for someone, they have the very basic skills.
Then we have Commissioner Oliver.
I was going to sit here and be quiet and listen today. I saw Mr. Dennis here. I had to say something. Him and I worked together some years back, and I just commend you for the work that you're doing with Clippers and cops. I think it's a very, very good thing, because he opened my eyes to a lot of things going on in the city of Atlanta as it relates to the gang issue that kind of runs underground that I didn't even know back in working our cases together. And I think it is an issue here in Atlanta, and I think I know this committee is committed. Like you said, if we're not interested, I think we're committed to coming up with solutions, and so I just wanted to commend you guys on that.
Thank you.
Well, we're gonna continue to. We've got 2 weeks, so we're gonna need you. Definitely, we want to get every bit of the recommendations you recommend. We hear you loud and clear, and we definitely want to follow up following this meeting. So thank you so much for your service, and thank you for what you do. Thank you, officer.
Thank you.
We're going to continue, we're going to go into this segment so that we can get a lunch break for about 30 minutes. But Katie Landers is the director of the Georgia Statewide After School Network, and I know that we were talking about wraparound services and after school programs. I think that's the forte of a lot of what the GBI, all the Georgia Sheriff's Association, the Police Association, everyone has been recommending holistic approaches, after school programs and wraparound services. So we definitely want to give you the floor to present.
Okay. Well, we just have a few slides that we're going to pull up, but while we're doing that, I just want to take a moment to thank Chairman and the committee for giving us the opportunity to speak here today. I'm Katie Landis, the director of the Georgia Statewide After School Network. Before I really get started, I do also want to bring remarks from Polly McKinney, the advocacy director at Voices for Georgia's Children. She is in Savannah, so unable to be here today, but we both just wanted to really thank you and commend you for the work and the time that you're taking out to really think about and talk about this issue. It's such an important work, and we are really honored to be here today speaking about it. So GSAN is the statewide collaborative dedicated to connecting, supporting after-school programs and summer learning programs across the state of Georgia. Beyond our policy work, GSAN also provides professional development, training, and coaching to Georgia's after-school programs to help them improve the quality of the services they offer young people and communities. It's fantastic that we have the YMCA's, Boys and Girls Clubs, other after-school and youth development programs here today who are doing that work on the ground. So I'm just going to be brief and let them do a lot of the talking today, but we do have some points that we want to make sure we bring to your attention. We know that much of juvenile crime, victimization, and drug use happens during the hours of 3 to 6 p.m., a time when many parents are still at work and kids are alone and left unsupervised. According to America After 3 p.m. in 2014, 18% of Georgia's children were alone and unsupervised within these hours. After-school programs can turn this time of risk into a time of opportunity. Now, more than ever, there's a need for more after-school programs as Georgia is seeing more and more of its parents enter the workforce. In 2016, 67% of Georgia's children had all available parents in the workforce. But we are currently simply not meeting the demand. In 2014, parents reported that 16% of children ages 5 through 18 were enrolled in an after-school program, but an additional nearly 600,000 young people would be enrolled if they had access to a program in their community. Parents are so supportive of these programs because they see the positive impacts not only on their kids, but on their lives as well. Specifically, 70% of Georgia parents agree that after-school programs reduce the likelihood that youth will engage in risky behaviors. 78% agree that after-school programs help them keep their jobs. And 79% agree that after-school programs give working parents peace of mind about their children when they're at work. 88% support public funding for after-school programs, and 90% of Georgia parents were overall satisfied with their child's after-school program. As you are considering how Georgia can begin to reduce youth violence, after-school programs can be a vital part of the solution. These programs are often locally driven and responsive to community needs. The programs provide trauma-informed practices to help kids overcome adverse childhood experiences, or ACEs, and reduce their chance to develop substance use disorders and other health conditions. They offer young people safe, supervised environments to explore new interests and build confidence in their abilities. They provide a chance to build quality relationships with caring and supportive mentors, as well as opportunities for positive peer interactions, like how to reach consensus and work collaboratively. The programs also offer academic instruction for remediation, enrichment, and enhancement, and help young people develop problem-solving and critical thinking skills through interactive learning experiences. Beyond what these programs offer young people and families, they are a smart investment for the state and communities. In an analysis of Georgia's government-funded after-school programs in 2015, it was found that for every $1 invested leads to a return of at least $2.64 to local and state economies. As you can see on the slides, there are many positive impacts of after-school programming, but today I want to focus on those that lead to a reduction in crime and juvenile delinquency. Regular participation in high-quality after-school programs has shown a decrease in the number of arrests and gang activity, decrease in drug, tobacco, marijuana, and alcohol use, a decrease in the likelihood of selling drugs, decreased reports of misconduct in school and disciplinary incidents, including aggression, noncompliance, and conduct problems, and decreased likelihood of dropping out of school. These are just some of the reasons why all high-quality after-school and summer learning programs can serve as prevention. After-school and summer programs can also support intervention and diversion. But to do this effectively, solutions must focus on programs that are using evidence-based and trauma-informed practices. I can't underscore that enough. I'm going to just repeat myself there one more time, that all programs can really help with this prevention piece. But if we're using them to also support intervention and diversion, I want us to think carefully about what types of practices need to be placed in those programs to make sure that they're doing this work effectively. This morning and after lunch, you'll hear from more after-school and youth development providers. I'm so excited to see the YMCAs and Boys and Girls Clubs here in the room today, and they're doing this work on the ground. But before we get to them, I do also want to highlight one other local program that is really leading the charge in Atlanta and seeing tremendous results. The At Promise Youth and Community Center in the English Avenue community opened its doors just a few years ago. It's a partnership led by the Atlanta Police Foundation, Chris 180, the Boys and Girls Clubs of Metro Atlanta, Street Smart Youth Project, and the Urban League of Greater Atlanta. The center serves as the cornerstone of the Atlanta Police Foundation's Crime Reduction Initiative, and it offers specialized services for youth ages 12 to 24 and enrolled, enrolled 347 youth in its first year. I believe y'all just received a handout that is a bit of the basic information about the At Promise Center. It's a prime example of a program that not only offers prevention, but also intervention and diversion. Their innovative and collaborative approach has led to a 2% recidivism rate of its participants, 92% of participating high school seniors graduating, and 89% of students who applied for employment securing jobs. A specific partnership that I want to call your attention to is the reentry program at the Fulton County Juvenile Court. This partnership involved working with 78 inmates, all of whom were high-risk individuals who had committed felonies. They were provided with behavioral and case management services while in jail, as well as after their release. In addition to that, they were connected to jobs via First Step Staffing and the Urban League of Greater Atlanta. As a result, only 7 out of those 78 individuals were arrested again. The At Promise Center continues to expand its efforts and can serve as a model for other communities on how unexpected partners can come together to serve young people and communities in the after-school hour. In order to create more programs like the At Promise Center and to respond to the needs of, and for more programs to respond to the needs of their community and reduce the number of young people unsupervised after the school day ends, we have 4 recommendations that we would like for you to consider. First is to create incentive grants for after-school programs to use trauma-informed practices and evidence-based programs to build up the protective factors in Georgia's young people. Also to expand private, federal, and state funding to after-school and summer learning programs to increase access and ensure affordability. We know that we are in a tight budget year, but we believe this sort of investment ultimately prevents the $91,000 per bed per year cost of detaining a child in a DJJ facility. We also recommend that you consider expanding trauma-informed training to after-school and youth development professionals across the state, as well as strengthening partnerships at all levels between school, community-based after-school programs, juvenile courts, and other community partners to align services for Georgia's young people. I want to thank you again for this opportunity to speak with you, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Well, let me say you are truly in the house, especially with this At Promise Center. Partnerships, I know Ms. Trotter is going to be excited because you talk about intervention and all the above. She's been talking about it for the last couple of months, but this is a prime example of what we need to do. Urban League and everyone putting their 2 cents in. I think you're on the right track. The recommendations that you made, you talked about incentives for grants. Give me are you looking at is there a process? I know Michelle will be coming up later talking about a couple of things. A lot of times we have grants and we don't get them to the right people.
Absolutely.
So what do you recommend on that end?
Well, I think there's a lot of different ways that it could look, but around this incentive grant piece that we mentioned around, it's not talking about creating new programs. There are a lot of great programs already out there, exactly what you were just asking earlier, but what do they need to be able to do this work better and to reach more young people? And so I think, tapping into some of those networks and community-based organizations that are already doing the great work on the ground, but having some, even if they're small incentives, but essentially those incentive programs that then also connect them to some of these evidence-based, trauma-informed practices so that we know that they're not just doing high-quality youth development, but they're starting to take it to a next level and really starting to work with some of the most vulnerable young people in their communities and making sure that they're building up these protective factors so that they have access, so they don't start to go down the wrong path.
In your network, about how many after-school programs do you represent throughout Georgia?
Yeah, so we don't technically represent any programs themselves, but we work with community-based, school-based programs across the whole state. Our network is, when we're speaking to programs, it's in the thousands of programs that are out there. The professional development that we offer is reaching 800 or so after-school programs every year. And so we have a reach, and we also use a lot of the larger networks like YMCAs and Boys and Girls Clubs, and those funded through the Division of Family and Children's Services and the Department of Education.
Thank you. Ms. Trotter?
Great presentation. I have a question, I really do. My question is, so the programs that are listed here are your partners that'll be housed in the building, the future?
So to be clear, we are not part of the At Promise Center. They are just a partner of ours and a fantastic program that we wanted to bring your attention to that's in the Atlanta community. Yes, those are some of the main partners who have come together to really bring the services and make sure that they're touching all the young people. Real quickly, obviously Boys and Girls Club, they're there from the youth development perspective. How are we reaching teens, getting them there and keeping them engaged? Chris 180, if you're unfamiliar, they do a lot of work in behavioral health and mental health. And so that's a big piece as well. And the other piece in this handout that I think is also important to call your attention to is in their approach, the referral methods piece. So seeing these are the places where, and networks that they're counting on to make sure that they're tapping into and connecting to and reaching all the young people most in need of their communities. So the Atlanta Police Department, the Atlanta Public School System, Fulton County Juvenile Court, and then also just the village, because we all know it takes the full village to make sure that they might know other young people who might be in need of services.
Great. So you did say that regular participation in the after-school programs do work. But you also said that there needs to be an investigation to make sure that these programs are being monitored, to see that they're doing the intervention and prevention that they say they're doing, right?
Well, I think that's particularly important if you're talking about, working with young people who have already entered the system and who need that more intensive intervention. All after-school programs that are operating at a high quality can be really powerful prevention measures. But we want to make sure that they have the staffing capacity the training and the resources they need in order to really be making the positive impacts that the young people need.
That's great. So who monitors the police foundation, the person that's doing that at Promise to make sure they're doing the intervention and prevention?
Well, I can't speak exactly to all of that, but we are one of our partners from Chris 180 was going to be here today to answer questions, but sick children happen, so she is home with a sick child. But in here, the Aaron Nicholson, who's mentioned his contact information there, Aaron and then Cindy Simpson from Chris 180, those two are really the main point people who and the driving force behind the At Promise Center.
Let me say this. I think it is important, as you said, that you get qualified persons to do the programs. And one of the things with even Dominique's program, he talked about counselors. We're going through an epidemic of mental health. Throughout this tenure of these meetings, people have been talking about trauma and how our young people are traumatized. Many of you saw in the video, it's commonality for people to know about when someone gets shot. It's common. Someone now gets killed. It's common. So now people got conditioned. Do you have in a lot of these programs counselors or anything to do with mental health?
Some do. Unfortunately, a lot of them may not have the budgets to do so, but also we know that just the behavioral health workforce is lacking in many communities across our state, beyond even just at the after-school programs. One thing that we are working to do, and I think fits into some of these recommendations, is tapping into, there is a lot of great work going on in the mental health space in all communities. And a lot of that sometimes isn't reaching the community-based after-school programs. So how can we tap into not creating something new, but how can we tap into what's going on in the schools or what's going on in other places and bring some of those after-school providers that might be outside of a school system or might be out of a DFAC system, but just a community-based provider, bring them in for shared professional development, shared learning, because we know there's more and more investment in training right now. How can we tap into that and get after school as part of that as well?
We're going to open up the floor if we have any questions from committee members. Okay.
Yeah.
Are they mandated, like from the juvenile and from the courts and different places? Are they mandated to come to this program?
The At Promise Center, I wish Cindy was here to answer that question.
Oh, sorry. I was reading because it's a beautiful facility. I was just curious as to, do they partner with, grassroots organizations or different organizations?
We can definitely, we will make sure immediately following this to connect her to the committee so that you can have any questions you may have answered.
Okay. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much for taking the time out. Thank you for the work that you do. We appreciate you greatly. We're going to take a few minutes to get ready for our next group of presenters. I think we started a little late, but we actually caught up, and guess what? We're ahead of time. That's a good thing. So we're going to keep moving. Before we take our lunch break, I'm just trying to make sure that we didn't miss anyone. We were supposed to have the national president of the Southern Christian Leadership Conference, Dr. Charles Steele, and I'm sure he's not here. I have not seen him. So we're going to take just a few minutes a break, and if we don't have him come in, we're going to adjourn until we have a little lunch, and we'll be back at 12:30. Thank you for your participation. After the food, we didn't have the Popeyes infamous chicken sandwich. And all of us would have been waiting in a long line. We're going to continue, and right now we talked about the after-school programs and the importance of wraparound services. So we have Ms. Kelly Brownlow, the Executive Director of the Georgia Alliance for Boys and Girls Club. We thank all of you that are here on today.
Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, as you mentioned, I'm Kelly Brownlow, and I am the Executive Director of Boys and Girls Clubs of Georgia. And I'm here with my colleague Steve Mickens, who's the CEO of Boys and Girls Clubs of Lanier, which is Hall County and Forsyth County. And we want to thank you for the opportunity to be with you today. And almost every member of the committee does have a Boys and Girls Club in their district. There are 141 clubs across the state of Georgia, really from the mountains to the coast, and we serve 78,000 youth, and 68,000 of those youth are actually outside of Atlanta, of the Atlanta region. So we are truly a statewide organization with the majority focused outside of Atlanta, which actually is something unique that we bring to the table. And what's interesting is not only it's unique in this space, and also I think in this discussion as I followed it today, because when I went to go look at how prevalent this issue is outside of Atlanta, and where you're about to get a copy of that, I just did a quick Google youth gang violence in Georgia, and what you see there popped up in the snap of a finger. It was the first Google search, the very first headlines that popped up. This is just in the last 8 weeks. And if you see every one of those headlines, those are places that we have or will have clubs soon, and these incidences are occurring right there. So this really is what we believe is a statewide issue, and one in that space where we can play a role. The mission of our clubs, and I'm sure most of you know this, but is to enable all young people, especially those who need us most, reach their full potential as productive, caring, and responsible citizens. And I think the operative phrase here, especially what we're talking about today, really is especially those who need us most, because at-risk youth are obviously most at risk for becoming involved in gangs. Our club staff and volunteer mentors always operate with the consideration of the long view of our kids. So we talked about that earlier as well. We really do. It's how often you come to the club. It's building day after day, year after year on what we're doing in those clubs. So everything we're doing is thinking about the long view of our kids' lives. We're not a short-term solution. And all of our programs are designed to create great futures for our kids, for their families, and then also for the communities. And we've been successful at doing this in Georgia for almost 100 years. Next year will be our 100th year operating in Georgia, and in fact, the first club in Georgia was in Savannah. That's our 100-year club. And nationally, we've been doing this for more than 150 years across the country. And what often surprises people who are not engaged in our clubs is really how we do this. First and foremost, it's extremely important to the topic at hand today to talk about the most important thing we do is getting the kids into the club. So that's the very first step in all of this, whether it's, especially when it comes to youth violence prevention and education, we have to get them in the door. So one thing that a lot of folks don't realize about our clubs, and a lot of people don't even know they have them in their jurisdiction, is because we locate where the kids live. We locate our clubs where at-risk children live, and that's another unique thing about Boys and Girls Clubs. We understand that the challenges these children and their families and guardians face in regard to access and transportation to so many services, that we put ourselves right in those communities. And while I share with you today some of the life-changing opportunities we create for youth, we are also aware that these may not be what initially draws them into the clubs, and that's very important to our design. So every club in Georgia and across the country, the very first thing you're going to see when you walk in is a game room and a gym for athletics, because that is what draws these kids in, are those things. So that is what we use to recruit these children. We locate where they live to make it easy to get there, and then we make it a place they want to be. So as soon as you enter the club, this is what you're going to see. And these are not necessarily the experiences we realize that will change kids' lives, but we know they are the thing that draw the kids in. And once we get them in, we can take them beyond those walls. And so those, again, who are unfamiliar with Boys and Girls Club often associate us with basketball and recreation, but to the real work of our clubs, these are just they're asides, and they're used for recruitment. Our real work, the work that turns young caring adults into responsible, productive adults, young adults into responsible, productive adults, is laser focused in really 3 areas. One is academic achievement. We graduate our youth from high school, and you'll see in that report there, our graduation rate is 96%. Healthy choices. We teach our kids how to make healthy body and mind choices, and that gets to that social and emotional well-being, but also choices like substance abuse and healthy relationships, both at home, with your friends, significant others. That matters. And again, you hear a lot of that today when you look at those who are prone to belonging and end up in gangs. We focus on that. 96% of our kids abstained from drug use in that report. You'll see that was in 2018, and 94% abstained from alcohol use. And then our third area is character development and life skills. Our children leave our clubs as young adults with character and integrity and those life skills necessary for post-secondary success. And for us, we look at post-secondary as it could be college, it could be career, it could be the military, and it could be technical training. But what we want is whatever path they choose, we educate them about those paths, but we want them to be prepared to be successful in whatever path they choose. And 86% of our kids pursued one of those paths, post-secondary paths, in 2018. So I'm going to dive a little bit more into what each of the areas we cover includes. So in academic achievement, we offer homework help. STEAM is a major focus at our clubs, and in large part that's with our partnership with the state. Vocational labs and technical training has become something that has been, in the past several years, we've have dove a lot more into specialized arts. And then really important to talk about in this area too is summer brain gain. We really focus hard on keeping that academics going through the summer so they don't fall behind. And again, as you know, at-risk kids, all kids have the tendency to fall behind over the summer. At-risk kids have a much higher tendency. And so we work all summer to make sure that they enter the next grade caught up. In regard to healthy choices, we help children learn how important it is, how important their health is, and to make healthy food and activity and relationship choices. We teach them to manage relationships and emotions so that their minds stay healthy. We teach them about other healthy choices and activities so that their bodies stay healthy. And then another unique element of Boys and Girls Clubs is our focus on family engagement. We can do this work all day in the clubs or after school every single day. But if it's not supported at home, these behaviors and choices that we are trying to teach are unlikely to have a lasting effect. And so we are very, very focused on all of the clubs, and even through our organization, it's a requirement that we are bringing the families in regularly so that they're engaged, they're aware. A lot of these parents or guardians, they know what they want. They want the best for their children. That's why they're in the clubs, but they really don't know how to give it. So we're helping them so that they can be supported at home. And And so, and at the state level, I will say this, and you heard a lot about partnerships today. At the state level, that working with our 141 clubs, we know that it really does take a village to change children's lives, and that's really what we consider ourselves in the business of. And so we have a long-standing partnership with DFACS. We also partner with HHS and Community Affairs. And I was going to tell you about diving into juvenile justice and diving into youth gangs and prevention and education and intervention. You all have been talking about this. You recognize it's a significant issue. We have recognized it as well. And so we work with the Reentry Committee. I'm on that committee in juvenile justice. And they came to us and said, what can we do? How can Boys and Girls Clubs work with us to re-enter our kids back into the community once they're done? And we spent a lot of time looking at it, and we came back and said, we think it might be better to be in the youth detention centers so that we can prepare them to re-enter before they re-enter, not once they come out. And so we actually have looked at several models in Tennessee and Ohio of where there are actually Boys and Girls Clubs in the youth detention center facilities. And they've sent us pictures, we've had conversations with the states. It looks just like a regular club. And because those kids are in school all day, we operate it like a regular club. Well, that's how they have done it in the other states, with a little bit of a stronger focus on the mentorship, a little bit more time on that than we would normally do in our regular programming. But so we've looked at that. Similarly, at the state level, we are exploring with DFACS expanding our partnership with consideration to, and this actually started in a discussion in Hall County where the juvenile court judges said, we have these kids who are in foster care, and then they're truant from school, and then they get suspended from school, and so then they're on the streets all day, and so it's kind of this endless circle. And they said, would you be willing to open your clubs during the day for these kids so that they can be there, go to online school, the mentors are right there on site, and then they're in your after school programs. And so we looked at that, we took it to DFACS, and we've been working on where there might be the most need for something like that and looking at piloting that so that, again, we're getting the kids in the club before they have a chance to get into somewhere else, into other stuff. And then, of course, on the local level, and Steve's going to dive into what they did in Gainesville, but we have programs all over the state that are working at this. I think we all know, we recognize that across the state, this is a major challenge, and it is not good for the future of our children. And so in Savannah, we run a program called Street Smarts, and that's a gang awareness and resistance program. And they bring in social work interns that are used as mentors for members that are deemed at risk of kind of falling to the wrong side of the fence. So they do a risk assessment, and they enroll them in this club. And they also reach out into neighbors and schools promoting the club, a heavy recruitment in those neighborhoods where it's most at risk to bring the kids in and then put them through this program. In Mitchell County, they are working with, right now, the Boys and Girls Club, law enforcement departments, the Department of Juvenile Justice, the local chamber, and the faith-based community, and they are putting together an initiative called Operation Turnaround. And this is a new initiative designed to address the very real and current youth gang and violence that is presenting itself in that community right now. They see it coming up very fast. And what they're trying to do is develop a holistic mentorship program that covers everything from mentorship, family, and economic support, again, addressing a lot of those things that you all heard today, but trying to get that in a one-stop place for the children and their families. In Thomasville, they have a partnership with the police department and the middle school to create, again, a strategy. What they're trying to do there is identify those children that would be at most risk. So they're really focusing on those kids who have not gone there yet, but they are at risk for that, and trying to get them into the club. And there's also a program with the police department there. In Columbus, they have the Delinquency Prevention Initiative, and this is a collaborative between the juvenile court system, the school system, and the Boys and Girls Club. And this is redirecting kids from the system once they get out. So that's a reentry program. We also have similar programs addressing this issue in Rome, Valdosta, Albany, Madison, and the one in Gainesville that Steve will share about in a minute. I'm proud of the work we are doing here. We are doing a lot at the state level and at the local level, but as you can see from that handout I just gave you with all those headlines, and that's why you exist, this committee exists, there's a lot more work that we need to do. And so on behalf of the Boys and Girls Club and the 78,000 youth and families we serve, thank you all for recognizing this at such a high level of how important it is. I mean, we are losing our children, but today and last week and the week before. And so this is not something that's just going to get better with time. And the time is now, and we appreciate your leadership on this issue. And I'm going to turn it over to my colleague Steve so he can talk about what they've done in Gainesville.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Yes, just to elaborate on what Kelly's been talking about. In Gainesville, Georgia, there's currently 11 gangs, Hispanic gangs that take place and have a heavy use of gang activities there in Hall County. And what we've done over the past years is partner with Joe Ammerling, who has been the VP of Georgia Gang Investigators. He is out of the Gainesville Police Department. And the reason we did that was because we said, listen, our kids are joining gangs at a rapid rate. Our kids are at risk for joining gangs. That's the other thing that people don't realize is that kids that are underperforming in school, kids that are not loved at home, there's an unstable home environment, are at a higher risk to join gangs because they want to be protected, they want to have financial gains, they want to be fed, they want to have food, clothing, and shelter, all the things that families used to do. Well, the family structure in our community has changed drastically. There are 77% of our kids in our community that come to our Boys and Girls Club are from single-family homes. 87% are economically disadvantaged. So we decided to partner with the Gainesville Police Department and the Hall County Sheriff Department to make sure that our staff, our employees are aware of the gang activities and what does it look like, the generational gangbangers, and how can we talk to our kids about making different choices. Well, one of the things we realized in doing that was that we can talk to our kids all day and tell them not to join gangs, but we don't go to their neighborhoods. We don't live in their neighborhoods. And then if they're generational gangbangers, where their mom, their dad, their brother, their sisters were all a part of gangs, then we're just talking for no reason at all. So we said, okay, this is how we're going to try to combat it. We're going to partner with our Hall County Juvenile Court, which we have a partnership with all the juvenile court judges, and all the kids that are all the kids that get adjudicated through the court system that have minor, small offenses. The juvenile court decided that they're going to mandate that those kids complete community service and their probation at our local Boys and Girls Clubs. We thought that was great because it gives us an opportunity to get our hands on them and to get kids in a positive environment where they can make positive choices. Again, removing those young people from situations out in their community that can create a higher risk of joining a gang or getting in something that they shouldn't be doing. From there, we then partner with our school system, which is really critical when you start thinking about the structure of a community. So we have a partnership with the school system, we have a partnership with juvenile court, we have a partnership with our police department, and we do all kind of partnerships because that's the wraparound services we want to provide in our community that we think that's going to address the ever-growing gang issue that's happening. So from there, what we've done is we opened up, and this is we started to pilot this on our own, was we opened up our clubs during the day. And we said to our superintendent of schools, through that partnership, every kid that's suspended from school, let them serve their suspension at the Boys and Girls Clubs. Because these are the kids that need supervision. And if you're suspending them and they're going home, but no one's there to supervise them, and especially if 87% are from a single-family households, so that they're going to do some more things that are not great for us. So we're going to take those kids in our club. We have the staffing. We're going to make sure they complete their community probation. We're going to make sure that they're involved in character and citizenship development, and then we're going to start working on the issues that they were suspended for. The common denominator between all of it is these kids are living in poverty. These kids are coming from, and there's nothing wrong with coming from a single family home. However, these kids are uninspired. They're uninspired because of the communities that they live in, and they don't have anybody to show them the way. So instead of just talking to the kids about why they shouldn't join gangs, because we realized that doesn't work, well, we had to show them the carrot. The carrot is education is the most powerful thing that you can have. And let me tell you why. And we start helping them understand that if you do well in school, you have good character and good citizenship, you take care of your mind, body, and spirit, tendencies are that you're going to make good, positive decisions. And we see that through every kid that we see. And that's all through the partnership with our Gainesville Police Department. We run a program called Badges for Baseball, and that is to get our local law enforcement to come out, and they are volunteer coaches. They coach our teams, and that gives our students, our kids, an opportunity that are in gangs to understand that the police are, although there's a stigmatism that's going on across the country, that every police officer is not a bad person, and it gives us an opportunity to bridge that gap, because again, we believe we are a part of bridging that gap in our community, and those are just some of the things that we've done that we've been successful with doing over the last couple of years in our local community. But like Kelly said, it's really critical because kids are at risk, and they're depending on us, you, me, and all the adults. And I always say this to Kelly and some of my colleagues, we're letting them down because we don't understand that the surest pathway to individual empowerment is through the comprehension of a quality education. Our responsibility is providing a quality education. School's responsibility is that. Our responsibility being an after-school youth organization is to make sure that we're aligning what we do after school with the schools, and then we have the parental programs, because we can do all we can with the kids and they're going to be great, but you still got to change the home environment. And I always believe what they see is what they'll be, and if they don't see anything positive, they don't see anything that's nourishing, they're not going to be positive, nourishing people themselves. And so we try to create that environment in our Boys and Girls Clubs, and I think serving 78,000 kids across the state is still not enough for us. It's just still not enough. In Gainesville alone, there's 38,000 kids in the school system. You know, we serve 6,000 annually. We see 1,000 every single day, and that's just still not enough. And as a result of the way we're growing across the state, what Kelly mentioned, is that 2011 we had 3 clubs. We're up to 15 clubs because the need is still there. The need is still there. And so that's some of the things that I think, well, I know that Boys and Girls Clubs can bring to our local communities, particularly our communities that are of economic disadvantaged circumstances. And I thank you for the opportunity to speak, and just appreciate it.
Still not enough. I concur with that. I am a product of the Boys and Girls Club of Frank Kellens in Savannah, Georgia. So I know what it did for me and my brother. And I know the work that they're doing down there. Wraparound services and the number of young people you serve. Each community is a little bit different, wouldn't you agree?
Correct. Each community is different. I take it personal as the CEO. My job is creating opportunity for young people. And what I realize is crazy. DJJ and DHS weren't talking to each other. And when you start looking at the amount of revenue that's going into both of those programs, you say, well, some of the kids are the same kids that are in juvenile court and juvenile justice system are the same kids that are needing DFAC services. And they really weren't communicating. And so I took it upon myself to meet with leadership at the state level, at the local level, to say, hey, listen, DHS, DJJ, let's get together and have a conversation, because I can guarantee you the same families you're serving in DHS are the same families same kids that are incarcerated. in our juvenile court, in our juvenile justice system. So let's look at what we can do to be preventive that's going to save taxpayers a bunch of money by being able to create this wraparound service mentality. And our board took it upon ourselves. Our board took it upon themselves to say, "Hey, Mr. Steve, let's lead the charge. Whatever our school district's going to need, whatever our community is going to need, let's provide those opportunities. We just need you to leverage those relationships and bring the parties together." And that's something that we've been able to do. And I think Hall County is a jewel. There's great leadership there, and from the superintendent all the way to the mayor and the city council and the county commissioners. And it's been a collaborative effort to making sure we put those services together. That's the unique piece about it, and that's why I love being there. Because everyone understands that it takes more than just a single parent to raise a child. It takes more than the school system. It takes more than resources. It takes a lot of entities to pour into that young person. I'm just fortunate enough to be the person that's kind of bringing everyone to the table and then finding solutions rather than, at the end of the day, you're like, okay, we'll keep talking about it. Let's do something about it. And we just stopped talking about it and we started doing something about it.
And in regard to every club being different, we have a location in Winder where the club is located with the food bank, with DFACS, with I want to say CASA is there. They actually are all located, and the idea was they all came together and said, with these families and these children, we're saying, and even though they were all right in that community, they're saying, okay, well, we can help you with this. Now go a mile down the road and they'll do this, and then go a mile down the road. And they said, and here we are talking to these people who don't even have a way to get there. And so that's a great model if ever you want to visit that. And I know actually, Steve, one of the clubs you're thinking about opening is thinking about the same thing. So we're all focused on that in a different way. But I would say that our model in Athens is probably the tightest right now because they're all co-located.
Very good. Well, thank you all so much for what you do. And, this is a follow-up after all this is said and done that we're looking at a stakeholders meeting. Yeah. So we're going to need your help moving forward. And you did something that was very needed that we don't do every day. It's just collaborations, reaching out. So thank you so much for what you do. The committee, do you have any questions?
Excellent. And I learned some things I didn't know. And the two that stood out the most to me that I really, really am interested in is boys and girls clubs inside the detention facilities. I love that. And I just wanted to say that. I had a question about kids that could serve suspensions, with y'all. Can it be mandated? And if not, how in the world do you get them to do that? And is it on site, or do they got to come to you? Or are you guys doing kind of like the detention model, coming to them, and then in-school suspension? What are we talking about? Because I think there's a lot of promise there.
Yeah, it is. Actually, the kids particularly that are suspended for school, that has been suspended for truancy and or other offenses, those kids go to probation. They are then to our probation department.
Okay.
Being on probation, then the judge can mandate that they come to the Boys and Girls Clubs. And so in partnering with the school district, we said we'll take all your suspended kids during the day, and then we'll make sure that they're involved in those programs and complete their community service as well as their missed homework assignments, so that they can try to stay ahead of all the subject areas that they're gonna be missing throughout the week.
Yeah.
It's typically kids are suspended no more than 5 days. It's typically been between 3 and 5 days during the day.
I think it's wonderful. It's two better than one, and it's a win-win. You guys can do what you do. They don't have answers for these things, so why not have two come together? So well done.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your service, and we'll look forward to working with you in the future. Thank you so much. We're gonna move forward, and we have it's very, very unusual, but really good to see that we have other individuals that are in positions such as judges. We've had district attorneys that go over. We have sheriffs. We've had policemen. We've had DAs. We've even had members personally of the GBI. But looking forward to hearing the presentation from Judge Wayne Granis. He's with the Cobb County Juvenile Court as he comes. And then we're going to move quickly into our public input. I want to reiterate, if you have not signed up, you need to do so, and we're going to give you a few minutes to make some recommendations. But all right, I think we should be all set.
All right, ready?
Thank you.
All right. Basically, I have been working with, this is Sharon Mashburn. She is the supervisor of the Cobb County gang unit in the juvenile court. And I have with me is Adolphus Graves. He's our court administrator. And for the past year, we've been working on, well, actually over a year now, we've been working on a targeted approach of attacking gang activity at the earliest identifiable point of court involvement. And the reason why we decided that we wanted to address this program is that basically I took the accountability court model, and in consultation with defense attorneys, prosecutors, guardian ad litems, and mental health, and other individuals in the community, collaboration with the police departments, schools, and said that the kids that are, confirmed gang members, we may not be able to reach them. However, the children that are at risk of gang activity, those are the kids that we're trying to reach, to give them, a different opportunity, a different idea. So we put together, in the last year, we put together a program that's 6 phases. And it's specifically, and it's a year-long program, and the program it's a cognitive behavioral program. So it gives kids it works with children on many different levels. We try to provide an opportunity for the children and their families to have a different avenue. And basically the way it's set up is that we meet on a weekly basis with the kids, and we go over, they have a brief meeting with the judge. The family has, the family's there also. And then the kids will go into cognitive behavioral therapy programs. It can be, it'll be group therapy and individual therapy. We're all of the kids that we're taking on, it's going to be it's going to be in a cohort, and it'll be 10 children who are identified as high risk in gang involvement, and it will identify them through psychologicals, we'll identify them through gang assessments, identify them through their school records, etc. And they're already court involved. So basically, the phases are, the first phase is rebuild, and in rebuild, the participants will receive the most intensive judicial and community supervision. In other words, they'll come in and we'll have individuals coming from the community to provide talks. We have mentors coming in. Mr. Cummings is actually on the in the Rising program. We have, and then we have a group therapy where, and it'll be cognitive behavioral therapy, which will kind of change their mode of thinking, change their thought process. We're also going to have the kids do vision boards. So they show what vision they have. They're going to do 2 vision boards. They're going to do a vision board at the beginning and a vision board at the end to see exactly from where they came to where they are now. The next phase is invest, and the participants will engage in more cognitive behavioral treatment and work towards positive change. The other piece to the puzzle is that one thing that I've always noticed is that a lot of the kids that have come before me are not receiving the proper educational services. So I've brought two guardian ad litems on board, and the guardian ad litems are going to be working with the children and their families to not just address what's going on with the children, but what's going on with the families, and they're going to be working with the schools to ensure that the children are receiving the appropriate educational services. The next phase is support, and the participants will gain independence during this phase. They'll develop plans for long-term goal attainment, and it's designed to incorporate education and employment and volunteering into the case plan. And we're going to bring community resources in, individuals from the community to come in and work with the kids on employment, work with the children on education. I have a gentleman from the community that's going to come in and be doing tutoring with the kids to work with them on some of their educational needs. The fourth phase is the participants will maintain a healthy lifestyle and make personal advancements with reduced supervision from the Rising program. Now, they're going to be, the first phase is going to be about 90 days, possibly a little longer. This all begins in January, and and as we're going through that first phase, we're going to be working on different pieces to see what's working with the different cohorts. But the cohorts will definitely have cognitive behavioral therapy or treatment in each phase. There will also be, at the end of the middle of the first phase, there will be a case plan that will be developed in order to work with each individual youth as to their individual needs. And that could be anywhere from individual therapy to family therapy to substance abuse or anything else. We're also partnering with the zone in Cobb County to provide drug education and drug awareness. And again, if there's more of a need for some individuals, then we'll provide more intensive substance abuse therapy. The fifth phase is case plan management. That's when we begin to incorporate short-term planning to include furthering education, obtaining a job, or both. And the final phase is graduation, and we'll develop an individualized aftercare plan to work with the youth, and we'll see their vision boards. When I first thought about this program, I was it was basically I wanted the children to graduate from the program with a brand new suit and a brand new attitude, and a different outlook and a completely different outlook on life. And we have had a tremendous outpouring from different folks in the community that are really interested in our program. The program logistics is it's developed to function as an accountability court specifically designated for children showing early signs of gang involvement. The participants must abide by all the court-ordered conditions and program rules. The court supervision will consist of scheduled and/or unscheduled probation officer visits to the participants' residence. The treatment provider sessions are conducted in alignment with the best practice standards of cognitive behavioral health services. The children will receive numerous, at least in 3 to 4 of the phases, they're going to receive cognitive behavioral or group therapy or group programs to, one of the programs is very akin to what's called Thinking for a Change, and it changes their mode of thinking, changes their mode of decision making, and works with the children in that process. We're also going to have coordinated meetings with the school personnel, which will be facilitated by the child's guardian ad litem to address educational issues. The supplemental visits will be conducted by surveillance officers or police officers. We have the Cobb County Police Department is fully on board with this program. And then I have someone from the Circuit Defender's Office that is going to be working as a defense attorney in the program, and then I have 2 guardian ad litems, and one of the guardian ad litems is working with different community resources to provide pro-social activities for the children. The team is going to consist of an assistant district attorney, a guardian ad litem, and right now I have 2 guardian ad litems, a defense attorney, and then we have a community-based organization, which is the primary treatment team, and then we have our probation department, which is a specialized gang unit. And you know, our next steps are basically to identify the additional stakeholders to invite to the collaborative team. We already have numerous stakeholders involved. Identify support for additional gang-specific therapeutic services. Identify resources for a program coordinator to maintain an intensive level of community-based supervision. I have a coordinator. He's a great guy. His name is Josh DeRizo, and he is putting together a wonderful program for these kids. And our first cohort of participants begins January 2020. So we are really excited about this program. We feel as though the court needs to have more involvement with, or I feel as though the court needs to have more involvement with these kids that are at a high risk of gang involvement, and it's a different type of program because we already have a gang suppression program at juvenile court, at the Cobb County Juvenile Court. We have a gang suppression program that works with the youth that are gang involved, and we're providing similar services to these kids. However, we're going to take the kids that are at high risk, and then we're going to basically wrap the family and the child for an entire year and provide them with a completely different outlook on the opportunities that are out there for them. So, and I thank you folks for allowing me to come down and show you what we're doing in Cobb County. And we're really excited about the program and looking forward to it. So if you have any questions, I'll be glad to answer them.
Well, Judge, I'll tell you one thing. Thank you for your involvement, hands-on approach, especially wishing you well going toward 2020. It seems like a great and much needed. You got a big population.
Yeah, we do.
Does any committee member have any questions? Or?
I just wanted to say thank you for your presentation. We work very closely with parental accountability courts, and I know how effective the accountability courts are, and so I appreciate this model, and it's very good. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
I feel like we're on The Voice. The board is lighting up here. The chairs are turning around. We'll go to Commissioner Oliver.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. As far as what's needed on the committee's part to make this court work?
Well, we definitely, everything that we're doing is we're funding it ourselves. So we're moving towards the future. We're definitely going to need some assistance with funding.
All right. I think Ken.
Yeah, I just wanted to say to the chairman and the colleagues here that I've gotten to see some of the inner workings of this and the heart behind it. And I mean, I can vouch for it. And I've gotten a chance to work in the drug court system with several counties, so I know it can be effective. And so I was very excited when I heard that this was being piloted. So I just want to let you know you got my support. And I have seen the way this is being constructed, and I'm thrilled it's happening in my county.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Ms. Trotter?
Great presentation, Judge. I just have a quick question, and I think we all would benefit from you explaining to us cognitive behavior therapy. And before you answer, because here's what I hear. I hear cognitive behavior therapy, psychology, and then I hear cognitive reconstructing. So is it a study?
Is the cognitive behavioral therapy a study?
No,
Or-
the process, you said the steps.
It is. I mean, it's a evidence-based program.
Okay.
First of all, and it's a program that has been very successful in both Cobb County and across the nation, with addressing not just gang problems, but juvenile problems and adult problems. It's basically, and I'll really make it. I'll make it really basic. Okay, so you make a decision to leave today and get in your car, okay, and go home. And so basically we kind of go back and talk to the kids about what other decisions what different decision could you have made? Instead of you got pushed at school, what decision could you have made that may have been different than responding by striking that person? Or what decision could you have made by not leaving your house at midnight? Just going back and talking to the kids and talking them through their decision-making process. And then that's the start, and then it kind of ramps up to, making better decisions, period, moving forward.
Okay. And here's why I asked that. I just want to know about when you talk about cognitive behavior, like how much more could we do to intervene and prevent as well, in conjunction with the study?
How much more
could we do? Yes.
Period. Can we do to intervene? Well, I mean, there are collaborations going on all over the state of Georgia to work on interventions. I mean, you heard from the Boys and Girls Club. You've heard from numerous other agencies, I'm sure, and we have programs at the Cobb County Juvenile Court that are diversionary programs to work with prevention. From my perspective, the program that we're putting together, and the reason I find that I believe that it's different is that we're not just addressing the child, we're addressing the entire family, and the scholastic side is a huge piece of the puzzle, because a lot of these kids, and I found that a lot of these kids, the parents don't understand that their children are entitled to certain educational needs, that they may have certain educational needs that the school may not be addressing. Well, my guardian ad litems are going to be working on that and making sure that these kids, because we have a lot of very intelligent kids, but they're not receiving all the necessary services they should be. There's a program at the schools, a special educational program called the Student Support Team Meeting, and you have to go through that in order to get your special educational services that the kids may need. However, the schools don't identify these kids as troublemakers. They don't identify these kids as in need of these educational resources. So, we're going to be working also, my guardian ad litems are going to be working not with just that kid, but all the kids in that child's family to ensure that there are no issues of need, no issues of dependency, or anything else that may need to be addressed by other agencies like the Department of Family and Children's Services. So.
One more question from, I think, Kit, or is it Commissioner Oliver? Okay.
This program, how does this court work in conjunction with the traditional juvenile court? 'Cause I know you said that was different.
It's a completely separate program. Basically, an accountability, what's going to happen is that every Thursday from 5 to, I think, 7, we're going to be meeting with these children and their families. All right, and that's the first cohort, that's the beginning, and we'll taper off, but we'll be meeting with them And they'll have a short session with me to go over how they're doing, how they did the previous week. And then they'll go to their group therapy. And their group therapy is an 8-week session where they're going to be working with their cohort, the folks that they're in there with, on different decision-making processes.
Isn't it referral based, or does it come through?
That's how you're asking.
But I
Okay.
like that. That was my
Okay.
next question. But is it referral based?
It is referral based. Referrals can come from the other judges in the juvenile court. We're going to set it up so the schools can make referrals. Mind you, we're just beginning, so this is a pilot. Right now, my referrals are coming specifically from Ms. Mashburn's unit and the probation department.
Good.
Where they're going through and doing gang assessments, psychological, psychoeducationals, and identifying those youth that are at high risk of gang involvement.
So we're catching them before they get into the
Exactly.
punitive stuff.
Exactly.
Good. Okay.
And if I could add one thing, Commissioner, one big key component to this is because these kids are being identified at high risk, the one component through this court that we're consistent with is they're not going to be detained for violations or for any type of infraction that happened within the program. These youth will not go into detention. So there will just be a graduated sanction structure, because we've found basically that, in a gang situation, that gives them clout, it gives them status, and they want to go there. We're going to take that power back. And so it's going to be the reason that we chose the cohort model and to keep them all together is we're going to show them what a positive group looks like. And so that we can model it like that, but they actually will not go into detention. Now, of course, if they were to commit a crime outside, that's a different situation. But this model as a sanction, incarceration is not a sanction within this model.
Thank you so much. It's refreshing, the work you do. Thank you, and wish you well on 2020.
Thank you very much.
Thanks so much.
Appreciate it. Thank you for the opportunity.
We're going to try to do this in this manner, and I say this to everyone. Everyone wants to get something done in this opportunity to come before us. We ask for your recommendations if you can. Maybe we missed something. Maybe there's some small niche that's big. So we're going to open it up. We're going to give you about 3 minutes to 5 minutes at the best. And with Chairman, with our good chairman's permission over here to the left, who has far better leadership than me, I'm gonna give you a time frame, but I'm asking that you follow that, because I'll have to raise a bass voice and say your time is up. So we're gonna have Ms. Cynthia McGarity, and am I pronouncing this right? This is Rehoboth Community Services.
Yes, sir, you are.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's really an honor to be here. I thank all the committee members, all the presenters today, and those that have been here before. My name is Cynthia McGarity. My organization is Rehoboth Family and Community Services, although I sit amongst many others on social justice and criminal justice committees as well. I'm a little bit nervous. It is once said that it's not the big words that you know, nor the little words that you know, but the words that you know. So that's my point of reference. I'm a mom. I'm the mother of a young man who has spent 20 years in prison. He was incarcerated in 2000. And I guess you would say that his activity could have been deemed a gang activity, but it was not. It was an armed robbery, him and 2 others. So the definition of a gang is 3 that are together that commit an illegal activity. To paraphrase, my son was sentenced under SB 440, but I speak here today on a matter that is a little bit different. My experiences, and I'd like to give honor to Judge Gratis as well, because I'm a Paulding County resident, although most of my work is in Cobb County, Cobb, Douglas, and Paulding. And I know that he has participated in a lot of community hands-on activities. So today, my concern is when we talk about gangs and at-risk youth, for the most part, we talk about the youth that are in urban communities. And I think sometimes we fail to talk about those that are in suburban areas or other communities. I don't have the PowerPoint presentation, but I have documentation that, for example, talks about an incident that happened in October. And it was involving 4 youth in Johns Creek, 17, 18, and 2 16-year-olds that were arrested. It was in the news. They found the gentleman. They had a gun, weapon. One was loaded and believed that the car that they were riding in was stolen. Upon our community research, we looked at that, and to us, that is the definition of a gang. Those gentlemen were incarcerated in the Fulton County Jail, and when you look at their charges were not reflective of gang activity. I live in Paulding County. A couple of months ago, we had an incident of youth that were involved in an armed robbery of the racetrack. 3 or more youth later on was found that they were involved in other criminal activity, but it was no gang adjudication indicated as far as the youth were concerned. And excuse me, it was because of communities. As we look at these instances, one of the concerns is that I am grateful, so grateful that we think in terms of resources and support, because gangs is a reality. We do not negate that. But we are concerned about some of the efforts that we work towards adjudication, because it seems like some of the consequences and the focus is going to be on the so-called deemed at-risk kids, rather than being more disproportionately looking at the issues of gangs throughout the state of Georgia, regardless of what the zip codes may be. And let's see. What we have done, because we consider ourselves to be a community-based grassroots organization, we have deemed what we consider to be the beloved community. That means that community leaders and other smaller nonprofit organizations, we have directly engaged with our local school leadership principals to work directly with some of the clubs that are in the high schools and the middle schools. We go in and do presentations before the football team, engage with some of the other organizations so that we can work directly. Why? Because for the most part, we're the parents and we're the family members, and we understand it from the streets firsthand. I thank you so much for the time that you have allotted, and it may not have been something that has been addressed before, but when we talk about juvenile justice and gangs and at risk, we just want to make sure that it is viewed in all communities across the board so that we can help all of our children. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think you need to come to the House of Representatives and teach us how to come in and come out. That's good. That was good. Thank you so much, Ms. McGarity. We're going to have Ms. Evelyn Wercox. Okay. My good friend Christian Horn with the Art Works program. Christian.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Thank you all for allowing me to address you this morning. My name is Christian Horn. I am one of the founders of Artworks for ENA. We are a 501c3 organization here in the city of Atlanta that was formed to offer artistic expressions to the youth of the city in the absence of them in the school systems. We were founded in 2014, incorporated in 2014. We received our 501c3 in April of 2015, and we are presently in our 5th year providing programs to the youth in the city. 2 of our flagship programs are HEART. It's an acronym for Healing Through Expressive Art Therapy. We offer a multifaceted music, visual art, and dance program for youth ages 8 to 18, which is generally the demographic of school-age kids, and offer programs for free to allow them to take part in programs that aren't offered in the school systems nowadays. So I'm coming here this morning to inform you all of our progress. In the last 5 years, we have been able to facilitate a pool of around 100 or so kids and give them the opportunity to utilize a facility that offers dance studios, recording studios, and video and photography studios for totally free. We've received several grants at the local and federal level, and this year we're actually about to start our flagship program in the next month. I'm from the College Park area of the city. I went to elementary school, middle school, and high school there. I went to Morris Brown College as well. This is a work of heart for me. My sister was our motivation for creating this nonprofit, and she's deceased. She was also an artist. So basically what we wanted to do was to try to fill the gap, in places to where we are needed. We actually control the pulse of pop culture these days in the world, where we have music and fashion. Atlanta is the actual pulse foundation of this. I like to think that the propulsion of that started in like the 80s and the 90s, when we were able to take these music programs and things of that nature in a regular school day. Now that a lot of them have been alleviated, we see coincidentally a influx of gang violence and things of that matter. So what we've tried to do is do our best to put our foot forward to actually offer these programs for youth in the city. And I thank you all for your time this morning.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the work you do. We have also with us from LaGrange, Georgia, the chief of LaGrange, Mr. Lewis. Is Chief Degmont here? Is he here? Okay. We also have Ms. Henderson from, is that Gangsters to Growers? Am I correct?
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, thank you. Greetings. I'm Abiodun Henderson. You can call me Abby. Out of the west side of Atlanta. I'm realizing that I think this is more about young people that are under 18. But our program, Gangsters to Growers, which is not a nonprofit, we're a social enterprise. We deal with 18 to 24-year-olds. We're an agribusiness training program for formerly incarcerated 18 to 24-year-olds, where during a 6-month period, they start their day with yoga. We have 5 different yoga instructors that are on board. One of those mornings, they do art therapy after eating a nutritious breakfast. They work on farms, work and learn on farms within Atlanta and all around Georgia with the West Georgia Farmers Cooperative and SWAG, Southwest Atlanta Growers Cooperative. And when we're not working on farms, we're making our hot sauce called Sweet Soul with lavender, turmeric, dark muscovado sugar. Some of those ingredients we're sourcing from these farmers in a way of circulating the dollar. And we're building a worker-owned cooperative, which we feel is a way of creating real generational wealth and economic empowerment in our communities. Cooperatives are the way. And then in the afternoon, after lunch, which during lunch we usually have a nutritional cooking educator come through. We know about 20 to 30 different chefs here in Atlanta, vegan, vegetarian, and regular chefs that come through to educate our youth. But every week we do group therapy for an hour and a half, political education, teaching the young people about local government, how to navigate local government, and just about activism in general. We do environmental responsibility, teaching our young people how to become zero wasters, because eventually our business is going to move into hemp and creating products out of hemp, not necessarily CBD, but to-go containers, clothes, milk, bricks, all the different things that you can create out of hemp so we can enter the global economy and in turn create generational wealth and alleviate poverty. We have business classes at Clark Atlanta and the Russell Center of Innovation. We do nutritional cooking, boxing, writing. We also have so many classes. We have Know Your Rights training. We do African history, do African American history, because we understand that something that's really lacking in our community is pride and confidence and self-esteem. And once you know where you come from and know what your folks have contributed to society, it does get you a little bit more empowered to do the right thing and care more about yourself. So, yeah, we've been featured. We have a story that just came out on Huffington Post, on HuffPost. It's called now. We're about to be on the Steve Harvey Show. We've been in Bon Appetit. We've done this with hardly any money. With our partner, because being a community organizer since 2012, I've always had a job working in fine dining restaurants. I never really looked at, the money piece. We just came together as community. So I did a camp 3 years in a row in the Westview community where the youth didn't have to pay, and we even gave them a little $5 stipend at the end of each week. So with this program, we are just doing the work first and the money is coming. We have a connection with Workforce Development where they do pay our youth the $15 an hour that they earn. We're trying to get as close to a living wage as possible because we realize that's one of the things that will keep the youth engaged. And yes, that's our future is in building manufacturing facility to make products out of that will all be worker owned, having a daycare facility that's cooperatively operated. And right now we're out of the Shrine of the Black Madonna in the West End, and I'm probably over time, but just this is a real solution to the issues that we're dealing with. Love, unconditional love with a strong hand, unconditional love, knowledge, money, unfortunately, money and a village will really alleviate all these problems. So that's why we stuff so much into this program, even having a doula come and talk about natural childbirth, Anyway, thank you. Appreciate it.
Ms. Henderson, can you hold up for a minute? You got
Yes,
30
sir.
seconds left, and I want to give you this. Why you didn't bring no hot sauce? That's my first question. Secondly, I commend you as a co-author, a co-signer of the hemp legislation. I do want to commend you. You're on the right path. Try the hemp cream. When Arthur calls you, it does work.
Yes, indeed.
So, but thank you for your time.
Yes, and you can find the hot sauce at Farm Burger. It's at all their tables. The Pullman in Kirkwood. You can buy it online at Fresh Harvest. You can buy it online at our website. We're about to, Whole Foods called us. And so we're going to soon be in Whole Foods and on Amazon and,
Thank you.
all the things. So.
Thank you. All right, we have one more. Ms. Chantel Morrison, is she here? Okay. Thank you so much for your time.
Hi, I'm sorry, I didn't know I was going to come up to speak, but since we're on the subject, I do have a question, and maybe you all can talk about it and give me a couple of answers. How many of the children that we're talking about that are maybe associated with gangs, how many of them have actually had a comprehensive educational psych eval? How many of these students or children or youth have had or have an IEP and are receiving or have not received special education services? Has that ever been discussed or addressed? And then where's the responsibility when it comes to truancy? And isn't there a better way to track possible gang activity or possible juvenile criminal activity by enforcing truancy rules and trying to figure out how that's going to impact criminal activity? Does that make sense to anybody? So I'm just wondering, because I understand and I feel that we may have failed our children who may have a cognitive or intellectual disability. We have parents that are struggling with academic issues or barriers to access to care. And if we have a parent that has a child that's living in the SES or low socioeconomic situation, a lot of times a parent is going to deal with the IEP meeting over the phone. They're not showing up to the IEP meetings. They're not going to parent-teacher conferences. They're not getting a call to let them know that their child didn't show up to school. I understand that one school district only checks high school attendance in the first period, but then by the second and third period, they're out there at Piedmont Park. So how do we address truancy and real academic achievement if we're not putting safeguards and making people accountable? That's all I wanted to know.
Very good questions. Our assistant superintendent of schools just happens to be here. Let's see if I can get him to chime in on that.
After the 5th day of unexcused absence, the school system is supposed to notify the parent in writing or in other means of a possible referral to juvenile court if the absences continue, and after the 10th unexcused absence, they are referred to juvenile court. Now, how many gang members have IEPs? I can't help you with that data. I don't know how to answer that because school systems don't always know which students or which children are involved in gangs or not. So I'm not sure we'd be able to capture that data. But you're right, the truancy problem is growing. The number of students who are missing school for different reasons, that is a challenge for local school systems, and many of them are struggling with ways to improve student attendance and also struggling with ways to get parents more involved in school. Now, one way we're approaching that is some of the reasons why students tell us in student surveys that they are missing school is because they don't feel connected or engaged or feel like anybody at school cares about them. So we're working statewide on a strategy to improve school climate. School climate is like workplace climate. If you don't feel comfortable going to work, what's the motivation to be there? If you don't feel like anybody cares, what's the motivation to be there? The kids are the same way with school. So we found that when we improve school climate, student attendance improves, staff retention improves, and we even have data to show that academic outcomes improve. So if there is a statewide strategy that I can assure you that we have focused on, it's improving school climate. And we use a research-based framework for doing that, Positive Behavior Intervention Supports, PBIS. Many of you have probably heard of that. We now have that in 1,300 schools. So we have a pretty large database to prove that that's working, and we have the data to show that those truancy issues can be somewhat effectively addressed through improving the climate of the school where kids feel connected. And that really is a safety feature too, because if kids feel connected and engaged, that means that there's an adult at school they feel like they can talk to if there's an issue. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. We hope that that he's answered your question, and we have one more person that Mr. Larry Bell is he back here, and then we're going to go to Ms. Michelle Young, and I think we'll be almost headed toward the end. Thank you, Larry, for coming.
Oh, no problem. How's everybody doing today? Wake up, y'all. Let's wake up. Hey, listen, how many people you know who, when they left the gang world, it was so noteworthy that it made the newspaper? Well, you're looking at it, and I have some information here. I still don't know how they got wind of it, but I was deeply involved. And Senate Bill 440, when they mentioned Senate Bill 440 earlier, changed my whole world. I made some huge sacrifices in 1994 because for the last 5 years before then, I was doing comedy and I was working at Fulton County Intensive Probation. And I was trying to decide, should I do, even though I done BET and all this stuff, or should I do this? But in 1994, when they passed the crime bill and Senate Bill 440, I could not believe that I knew then that it would fail. I knew that it would fail, and I made a commitment to use my career, my life, to change young lives. Especially when my little brother got locked up under the crime bill in 1994 for drugs and gangs, life without the possibility of parole. Thank God, for some reason he got out this year, in February, but he had been in there since 1995. So this is very personal to me. And if you guys like a copy, I would love to give you one, but I just want to say I'm here because, not for one organization, but for all the organizations. You can put all kind of money into many programs, all you want, but if you don't have participants, if you don't have people who really believe in it or know about you, then they're not going to get involved. I'm really good with getting young people who do not want to get involved in gang programs and stuff, getting them to get involved, to make a difference. That's what I do. Come out, you do conferences, you do workshops, you want to inspire people to know about you and what you're about. Give me a call. Would love to be able to help get your program kicking. Real quick, one last thing. I remember not too far from here at Carver Eastside Boys and Girls Club, there was a young man in our program he wasn't in the program. I was just going to speak with the Boys and Girls Club, just coming in and speak. and this kid cursed me out. I'm gonna call him AC. I don't want to be in here. Forget you. Forget the program. You know, I'm in the gang. That's what I do. I said, listen, man. If you be quiet, I'll play you in basketball. I literally told him that because he was like hitting the table every time I talk. I said, I'll play you in basketball. And so when we got out there, by the way, my stomach wasn't as big as it is now. I see some of y'all looking at me. But we go out there and we get ready to play, and this dude got the slamming, shooting jumpers, you know, like Steph Curry back in the night. I said, dude, you need to play, man. Who you play for? I don't go to school. I dropped out. I was going to Crim. You know, I don't like school. I don't like the teachers. I don't like nobody. We helped him get his GED after about 3 years. 2 parts of his GED. He didn't want to do the last part because he told me face to face, Mr. Ville, nothing good is going to happen to me or for me. My brothers in jail, my mom on the street said, Mr. Ville, if I don't come home tonight, wouldn't nobody even know because we got my sister, them got all this shit, they won't even know. I'm talking to him. I grabbed him by the chest. I said, man, you don't belong out here. And I thought they were going to jump on me. Long story short, we helped get him in a Saddleback College. A lot of schools, even my school, Payne College, turned him down. But we helped get him in Saddleback College. He graduated, went on to play for University of Hawaii. Some of y'all probably know what I'm talking about. Mr. Anthony Carter, who had a 15-year career in the NBA, is that kid that cursed me out and said nothing good is going to happen to him. So we know that there's hope, and I really appreciate everything everybody's doing. I do have some.
Thank you. As Michelle comes up, Larry, I want to ask you this one question. Is that really you? Is that you? This is a very important part. When I was in the lobby of Savannah, Georgia, we had our meeting, and Judge Lisa Colbert from Juvenile Court was in the lobby, and she said, this is the blueprint that we need for Georgia. This is it. I just want to give it to you. You don't need to go any further. We're dealing with gangs and gang prevention. And as she was talking, someone said behind me, that's mine. I wrote that. And this is Michelle. Michelle came all the way from North Carolina. I believe that she has a lot of very viable answers toward the plan of action for the long term of us focusing on prevention. And so I just wanted her to wrap it up, and then we're going to have some last comments from our committee, and we thank you all for taking time. While she's doing that, let me allow some very good role models that are here that are part of my staff for 2020 during the session. They're with 100 Black Men Collegiate Chapter, and they're here with us today. And I know we have Nehemiah Gordon, if you stand, Mr. Marcus Smith, Tyler Lewis, and Antonio was placed. Antonio still here? Something good is happening in Georgia. So 100 Black Men Collegiate Chapter, and Dee is here, very humble, but last year we had some very strong interns. They're going to be putting up with me all this year. But thank you all for taking time to assist us on today.
Thank you for having me. I'm going to just give you a little statement about my background, and then I'll launch into this. I'm Michelle Young. I have worked in the field of gangs for 28 years now. I started working first for the Job Corps program and worked with kids from Los Angeles, Denver, Colorado, St. Louis, Kansas City. Our center was like a regional center, so we got youth from all over. And that was kind of back during the 90s when things were starting to heat up all over the U.S. And then I worked for a Metro Gang unit in Salt Lake City for 5 years, and then I went to work for the National Gang Center for 15 years, where I was the lead technical assistant and training coordinator for the National Gang Center to work with local communities on establishing gang intervention strategies. And then moved to Durham, North Carolina, because I wanted to go back to providing direct services to young people. And worked on an implementation of the OJJDP comprehensive gang model, which I had provided technical assistance on for 15 years, and then also helped to implement Cure Violence in Durham, which is something I'm very proud of. And now I work as a consultant. So in the past 2 years, I've done an assessment of gang activity in Belize City, Belize, which was published by the Inter-American Development Bank this year. and also one in Tacoma, Washington. And I'm providing evaluation and technical assistance on a gang program in Washington State also. So I'm just going to go through and talk a little bit. This is just kind of a summary, I guess, on you guys have been studying this issue for a number of months, and these are some lessons that have been learned. Some of you may have heard some of this before, so I'm going to leave plenty of time for you to ask questions. But just some things to keep in mind as you move forward as a state with addressing gangs with some kind of a statewide strategy, which I think is very important. So this is not new. You know, gangs have been something that America has been dealing with for a very long time, going back at least 70 years and possibly even longer in some cases. And just some lessons learned, and we're going to just go step by step through this. Assess before implementing. We'll kind of go through this, and I'll just do it one at a time if that's okay. So lesson one, very often when it comes to gangs, the typical community strategy is ready, fire, aim. Gangs are a crisis, people are getting shot, people are getting killed, kids are being injured, we need to do something and we need to do it right now. And what I would suggest is that gangs look a little bit different in every community. Even within a community like Savannah, they may look differently in different neighborhoods. And definitely in Atlanta, you know, what's happening in Cobb County, Marietta is different than Fulton County, is different than Albany, Georgia. And so it's really important for people at the local level to look at and think about the problem locally. And there are some things that we would recommend, that I would recommend based on research that y'all should look at. So the level and extent of gang involvement in crime, risk factors that contribute to local gang issues, and there's a number of ways to get that data. Gaps in existing programs and services, because a lot of times gang activity does not exist in a vacuum. In many cases, these are young people that have fallen through the cracks of not just one system, but multiple systems. They've fallen through child and family protective systems, and they've fallen through school systems, and they've fallen through juvenile justice systems. In many cases, they've fallen into the adult system as they age up into the 16, 17, 18-year-old age range. And so it's important to identify at the community level where are kids falling through the gaps, and what can we do to catch them before they make it to the point that they're out on the streets shooting someone. It's also very important to target gang prevention, intervention, and suppression strategies to the right places and the right people. And again, that is different in every community. And I'm going to give you an example. So when I was with the National Gang Center, I worked with the City of Houston to conduct a gang assessment. And in talking to law enforcement and talking to city leaders, they were absolutely convinced that the problem was the drug problem. It was gangs and drugs. They were absolutely linked. When we actually looked at police report data, what we found is that the number one crime being committed by gang members was robberies. And this was a heavily immigrant population that was being assessed. Many of the people living in that community were undocumented. You know, a lot of undocumented folks don't necessarily trust the banking system, so they may keep cash in their home, or they may not even be able to bank because they don't have the proper documentation these days to open a bank account. And so the kids in that neighborhood, the young people in that neighborhood, and when I say kids, I'm increasingly old, and so that range keeps expanding upward to me. But you know, the 15 to 24-year-olds who commit the majority of crimes in most communities, they know their neighborhood. They know the weaknesses in their neighborhood. They know what they can do and get away with in their neighborhood. And so that made the most sense for them versus selling drugs. And so I think it's just really important, because what you would want to put in place as law enforcement or other measures, you know, you're going to approach a robbery problem much differently than you would approach a drug problem. And so if you don't know what the problem is that you're trying to solve, then what happens is that we continue to do the things that we've been doing for the last 70 years in many communities, and we keep, you know, firing at it or around it without ever really hitting the target. The last thing I would just add to this is it's very important to talk to individuals in the community who are involved in gangs at the local level, because they have perspectives. And you can talk about you can ask them about risk exposure and other kinds of things that can help you identify what some of the specific risk factors are for that community. And it could be different. because our communities don't look exactly the same. And so it's important to understand what the gang problem looks like in each area and what factors may be driving it. And there's a great there's a great publication online at the National Gang Center, an assessment guide. I actually helped to write this as well, so I'm not just tooting my own horn on this, but it's a great publication to help people walk step by step through conducting a local community assessment. So lesson 2, the strategy should be focused on the most significant risk factors for gangs. And a lot of times we have tried to treat this as it's just a general delinquency problem. But a lot of the research suggests that first, gang membership is a result of accumulation of risk factors. So young people who not just one risk factor in their life, but many risk factors in their home, risk factors in their neighborhood, personal risk factors. I mean, going back even to their prenatal days, exposure to toxins and things like that all serve as risk factors that can make youth more vulnerable to joining a gang. So youth who have multiple risk factors in multiple domains of their lives are much, much more likely to join a gang. And it's important to understand that not every kid in the community is at risk to join a gang. Some young people are never going to join a gang. Most cities, it's somewhere between 3 to 6% of youth report that they have been involved in a gang. It's not a huge percentage of young people that we're talking about here, but the reason we think about and talk about gangs is because when young people become involved in gangs, they start to disproportionately offend, and they are also disproportionately involved in violence. And so we're talking about a relatively small number of youth who deal with a lot of risk factors in multiple domains in their lives, and as a result, they become more involved in crime. And so that's why it's important to think about these folks in terms of risk and also trying to address those risk factors. The last thing I'll say is I've run programs, and I know this is going to shock y'all, but not every program really wants to work with gang members. Not every school really wants gang members in the walls of the school. And so it's really important to ensure that there's programs targeted specifically to young people who have this need. And it requires some expertise in the staff to avoid safety issues, and it's important to find the people in communities who really want to do this work. And that work needs to be targeted and not just a blanket prevention program for every kid in the community, because you're talking about kids who have more intense needs. Most significant risk factors, and this is just based on a meta-analysis that was done by Malcolm Klein and Cheryl Maxson, who are two of the preeminent gang researchers in the U.S. And what they found is that 5 risk factors were particularly significant for young people to join gangs. The first one was personal, individual risk factors. Problem behavior, so impulsivity, aggressiveness, reactivity. So for the gentleman from the school district, when do y'all start observing kids who have impulsivity and aggressiveness? How early does that manifest?
That depends on each school and each child.
But how early do you start seeing it in the schools? Yeah, absolutely. The program that I used to work for in Durham, we had kids who were literally suspended in kindergarten for aggression. And so some of those personal risk factors show up very early in a child's life, even in preschool in some cases. And so it's important to understand that that's some stuff that you can see tangibly in a lot of cases with young people, whether they're in the court setting, in the school setting, in social services. Negative life events, things like death, absent parent, school suspension is tremendously disruptive to a child's educational. And so a young person who's suspended, it breaks that connection they feel to the school. And it's a disruptive life event. Severe illness, injury, kids who are injured, particularly in some kind of violence or abuse, also a risk factor. And then lastly, attitudes towards delinquent behavior. So when the court personnel were talking about, the judge and court staff from Cobb County were talking about cognitive behavioral therapy, that really gets right at the root of antisocial beliefs and attitudes towards delinquent behavior. That's why that is an effective approach and is an evidence-based approach to address with cognitive behavioral stuff. The other place that is really significant is the delinquent peer network and negative peer influences, and you start to see that particularly in the late elementary, early middle school years when kids start to be very influenced by their peers, and progressively stronger as they get older and start to pull somewhat away from their families and more towards their peers. Low parental supervision and monitoring, there is definitely research around that and criminality, but specifically to gangs, those are the top 5. There were not any that popped up from the community domain, although we know that, community risk factors are there and they're real. Specific to gangs, these are the ones that are very significant. And then school commitment and attachment is also important, but did not have as strong a research basis. And then the next thing I'll say is that the dosage of services should be scaled to somebody's level of risk. So a young person who has 7 risk factors probably needs more intensive services than a youth who has 1. So when you think about young people and you're talking about a 16-year-old who's gang involved and they live in a dangerous neighborhood and they're failing in school or have dropped out of school, they have incarcerated family members and their family's home situation is unstable, how much dosage of support and services does it take to balance out something that is going on in their life 24/7? And that's where y'all have to weigh that the more intensive risk exposure someone has, then the more at risk they are for engaging not just in gangs, but in the violence that is probably driving a lot of the concerns here, needs much more intensive intervention. Lesson 3, it's not something that you can just arrest our way out of. Definitely there are some folks who pose a threat to the community and they need to be removed from the community. But for the most part, we need to think about starting with prevention and looking at kids in the earlier levels, so high-risk families. There are a lot of effective programs to address family risk factors and even some individual risk factors at the earliest ages, nurse-family partnership, and there's a number of other approaches that can happen in the early years. But, nurse-family partnership is a targeted program. It's not just a generic blanket prevention program, but it's something that specifically targets high-risk families. School programs, so we start to see kids having behavior problems in elementary school, maybe having school failure issues. Kids who do not learn to read at the earliest levels are at more risk down the road of involvement in gangs. And then when you get into that peer influence, so your late elementary, middle school for sure, early high school years, that's where you want to put your intervention programs in place to address individuals who are already involved in gangs and or the court. And then lastly, your suppression stuff goes towards your individuals who are the most involved. But you can't just stop with suppression, because anyone that we arrest, I think for the most part, 99% of the time, we can legitimately assume that individuals are going to come back to the community. And so it's important to also think about what we do when folks come back, how we re-engage them in the community and how we help to support them so that they don't reoffend. And then just thinking about your community-wide strategies, there's a few comprehensive community-wide structures that have been implemented around the U.S. that are evidence-based. The first one is Cure Violence. Cure Violence is an epidemiological approach to gangs. It's a medical approach. It identifies individuals who are at the high risk of transmitting violence because violence is a learned behavior, and it focuses on those individuals with intensive services and also community awareness around the fact that violence is something that is taught, and we can unteach it. We can teach people to handle things in different ways. Cure Violence utilizes individuals who previously were involved in violence, are influential in that community and possibly even in the violence, and hires them to be trusted messengers to take a message out to the community around stopping violence. Group Violence Reduction Strategy, or ceasefire, is a model that has been implemented. It started with David Kennedy out of Boston Ceasefire, and it's been implemented around the U.S. It is a fairly law enforcement focused strategy because it's a partnership between law enforcement and prosecution to identify individuals who are at high risk of committing crimes in the community and focus law enforcement attention on them, but also to give them opportunities to leave that lifestyle and choose to do something else. And then the last model is the OJJDP Comprehensive Gang Model, which is a multidisciplinary approach to addressing gangs. It's kind of a structure around the community working together to try to coordinate services to a group of people who are very hard to serve. Not all models are appropriate for every city. You know, Cure Violence requires there to be a pretty high level of violence in the community, and you have to have the right relationships in place to make that happen. Group violence reduction has struggled with the intervention component and trying to give people options to get out of that life. And the OJJDP model, all three of them really do require technical assistance and training for cities to implement them effectively. And that's pretty much true of any evidence-based strategy. Lesson 4, gangs don't happen in a vacuum. In America, we build gang members. And we do it through neglect. We do it through racism. We do it through lack of opportunity. And it's important for us to understand that gang members are someone's children. They're our children. And they live in homes, they have families, they live in neighborhoods. And unless we engage that community and build the collective efficacy of that community, we're not going to be successful and our efforts are not going to be sustainable. Lesson 5, and I'm telling you all this as a program person, hold people accountable. Good programs, when you implement programming here, you should design those programs with intended outcomes and have programs report on those outcomes to state legislators on a regular basis so that you can see what your money is accomplishing. And any program that's not willing to collect information and report it to you on a regular basis should not be funded. You need to be able to show outcomes with the dollars that you have, because that is how you sustain those programs and embed them into the fabric of the state and make long-term systemic change. And that's the goal here. The goal should not be just to put some stuff out there, do some stuff for kids, and then in 2 years those programs are gone and the kids are back exactly where they were. Because the end result of that is for people in the community to lose trust in you all as leaders, and for kids themselves to lose trust in the system as being something that can help them and not just harm them. And so it's really also important for you as a state to get data on what's happening so that if something is not working, it can be fixed. And you can change it to make it more effective. And then lastly, the thing I would want you to know is that some things don't work. And we've been doing this for 70 years. I would really like us as a country to stop doing things that don't work, because it gives all of us who've worked in this field a bad name when we fund things that are not effective. And so, you know, some stuff that doesn't work. Heavy-handed suppression responses to gangs give gangs a tangible enemy out in the community, and they actually solidify and increase the cohesion of the gang because they start to see law enforcement as the enemy and just another gang. And that's exactly what happened with LA Crash back in the 90s. And so it's really important, you know, not an effective approach. The gentleman from Atlanta Police Department, I really commend him because that's somebody who gets it. That, you know, the police are part of the community. These are our neighbors. We have to treat people like neighbors. And, you know, if somebody has to be arrested, they have to be arrested. But we can't just go out and harass the entire community in the guise of making people safer. It doesn't work. It actually causes crime to escalate. Detached workers, where you just send people out to work with the gangs without a lot of accountability and without strong connections to other agencies, makes the gangs stronger. It makes the gangs more cohesive, and it increases crime. And then broad and general delinquency approaches do not show effects when it comes to gangs. Gang members require you to actually work with them. I appreciated the the lady who spoke earlier who was doing the agricultural program, talking about how all the things that they're trying to build in with these young men that they're working with, because you're trying to like rebuild people who in many cases have been damaged by systems that were designed to help them. And it takes time to change people's thinking. It takes time to change people's behavior. And so if you're going to do this, you really have to invest in this for the long haul and say, we're in this to make Georgia a place that's safer and where young people get the support that they need and where we're going to make a difference, not just now, but 10 years from now, 20 years from now, in the lives of the individuals who live here. So just a few resources, and I'm not going to talk about this very long, but OJJDP has a strategic planning tool, Office of Juvenile Justice and Delinquency Prevention, that agencies and communities can use to link evidence-based programs to local communities by risk factor. And so that's a great tool. It's at the end of this PowerPoint presentation. And I think that's really all I would want you to know. I've given you some additional resources that overview some of the models I talked about and the manual that I provided and some different programs that have been found to be effective. What I would say is there's a lot of information out there about what works. And rather than just inventing something new, I would strongly encourage y'all to look at what has been done around the U.S. and do things that we already know are effective. So that's really all I have to say. Do y'all have any questions?
Thank you so much for it all.
If somebody would like a copy of an assessment too, I would be happy to share. I have assessments. You can just email me or just see me after this and I'd be happy to give you a business card. But any of the stuff, I'd be happy to share the PowerPoint or whatever with anybody who's here. So,
thank you so much, Michelle, and also for sacrificing to come all the way from North Carolina. We appreciate it.
It's never a sacrifice to come.
We owe you a visit. We're coming.
Oh yes, please come. I
we're,
want to invite you. Please come on up and see the programs in North Carolina.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I want to make sure, we're going to give each of the committee members, if they have any closing comments, to also acknowledge Mr. Amari Felder, who is also had been with us on last year as a part of our staff. He's part of the 100 Collegiate. I don't know if he's still here, but I wanted to make sure, thank him for being here. Our legislative staff, Ms. Pat Gunn and Mr. Benjamin Adams, came all the way from Savannah, Georgia with us. Matt for definitely putting up with us this whole time frame. And he's going to be instrumental in putting this information together, all of this information for our final submittal. And this young man is very instrumental in all that has been done since the beginning. He's the one that's been emailing you, calling you, lining you up, setting up everything that's been done. Mr. Francis, I want to thank you so much for being involved with us. You did a great job. And we're going to open, and to this fearless committee that saw not robbery to travel through all the highways and byways on your busy schedule. Two-time Super Bowl champion, Mr. Tyrone Poole. I hope Atlanta's going to rise up this year. No, I'm sorry, wrong. But thank you so much, and we're going to start down here. Mr. Trotter says not funny. And our legislative council, we have several attorneys that help us and put up with us, but our attorney that played a big role in helping craft this legislation is here. So I want to thank you so much for everything. I appreciate it. We're going to start down here too.
I want to thank Representative Gilliard and the committee for identifying a problem and with our youth and implementing steps to attack these issues. I want to thank everyone for their presentation. I know it takes a team, and I definitely know that it takes a team. And the greater the opponent, the greater the team has to be. And we all have great abilities. Myself, the Tyrone Poole 38 Foundation is excited and motivated to help reform, refill, and restore the lives of our youth. I do it all the time because they are our future. And I don't know about you guys, but when I get 65, I want to make sure I got the right mindset of the youth making decisions for me. But I believe you know, my foundation's most important structure is the family. And I believe that if we fix the family, you know, it all starts with the family. Every structure has a foundation. And if that foundation is solid and strong, then the opportunities for that structure to fall or waver, it may, you know, a few windows may get broken during a storm, but if that foundation is strong, the infrastructure of that building is going to stand. So that's why with my foundation, Tyrone Poole 38 Foundation, we try to just go with family. We do family events, father and daughter, father and son, mother and daughter, because we want to show the youth and show them how valuable they are, show them love, show them attention. So that way, if we show them that, then the gangs and they can't get them. Because, you know, you can't get something that you already, well, you can't feed a man who's already full or a woman that's already full. So in closing, you know, I need help. I know we all need help. You know, I fund a lot of my events. And sometimes I've heard, if you really want to show, if you're serious about what you're doing, show me how much time and commitment you put into what you're doing. And yeah, I got the scars. So, but I'm just honored to be a part of this committee, and I want to thank you, Representative Gilliard, and all of you guys. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Kit?
Kit Cummings, Power of Peace Project. The reason I was invited to be part of this committee, and I want to thank the chairman and all the members for allowing me to be a part of it. We have a program, among others, that we do in prisons and jails. And if we look at the 71,000 gang members, which we know is probably a low number, that's the ones we know of, we did a few kind of calculations here. Probably about half of them are currently incarcerated. So anything that we're going to come up with and recommend and propose and hopefully implement that leaves out half of the, you know, the problem, I think there's a huge hole. To give you kind of an example, right now we just launched a program at Hancock State Prison. It's a level 5 in a state that has, you know, 5 levels, so it's a max. They have a lot of gang violence there. That's why they invited me in. And the way it works, last week what we did is we identified about 150 out of the 1,200 inmates or so that have the most influence. And we identified the gangs that, you know, have the most pull. And in this particular prison, it's Crips, Bloods, GDs, the Muslim factions, and then you have some Latin gangs and Aryan gangs as well. But they have an east side and a west side. They don't let those two typically get together. They keep the big rivals on separate parts of the prison. So we, with the help of the administration, we identified the players and the ones that need to be there. These are guys that don't go to programs. So you can't just throw programs into prisons and help gangs because they ain't trying to do programs. They don't come out for those things. And so we gathered them, we spent time, and basically after one day, we've gotten commitments from all those groups, from representatives from the Crips and Bloods and GDs, we're talking the Latin gangs, being willing to go through a 40-day program, which we call 40 Days to Freedom. And over 40 days, it's character and leadership development. We give them reconciliation, conflict resolution skills, and we teach prison gangs how to work together to create better time. And so if they will help us to bring down violence, then I fight for them to have better time, which is more recreation programs, incentive. It's a very incentive-based program. In the gang world, on the streets, they have an incentive-based program. I mean, these kids are getting something for being in these gangs. And so we've got to match that. We've got to come up with something that's as good or better than what we're trying to get them to leave behind. And over the next 8 weeks, those rivals will meet together in groups and they will begin to learn to work together. We've seen violence in prisons drop as much as 50% by rolling this program through over a 2-year period. We know that if inmates get involved in programs for at least 2 years, recidivism rates drop over half. I mean, you can cut it in half, any kind of a program. Problem is, this particular group that we're trying to deal with, this population, they're not program guys. So if we can get them into a program that gets them better time, less violence, then maybe they're open to doing some other things, get GED or substance abuse or anger management or whatever their thing is, whatever's ailing them. And so we I want to, part of my piece of this puzzle is to urge those that are going to be making decisions to consider out-of-the-box programming in prisons and jails, because we can capture some of them there and they can be turned, especially the young ones. And you got a lot of these kids, they're getting to jail. That's where they're getting connected. Okay, so they're becoming gang members behind the razor wire. We can help unravel that if we give them something valuable. So I'll be bringing news in from Hancock State Prison, but I would love for anybody to like to come and see it. It's the most powerful thing I've seen.
Commissioner.
Thank you, for, Chairman, for allowing me to be on the board, on this committee. I think I was week 2 or 3 into the new role, and I was sitting up here, so I really appreciate it. And one of the things that I've seen at DJJ, and one of my focuses on as far as this topic is concerned with youth gangs, is we have to put more emphasis and more resources on the front end to prevent. I think in one of the early presentations that we heard that about 60% of our youth that enter our facilities are already gang affiliated or some sort of way. And so we got to try to stop that and try to put some more resources on the front end. And one of the things that I was taking notes over the last sessions that we've been around the state, and it's come up twice, well, 3 times already, as far as the gang courts, gang accountability courts. And I think it just holds more for the state if we can if the committee would consider to look at that a little bit more closely, because I think if we can create those accountability courts, the gang court, so to speak, for our youth, it will allow that mechanism for all the wraparound services to fall underneath that umbrella to come in to help the youth. Because just like Mr. Poole said earlier, it starts with the family, and listening to the judge, they pull those families into that court to have that whole approach, because it's just not, you just can't reach just the kids. You're going to have to get to the families as well to try to break that cycle. And I think that's going to be key moving forward for the state of Georgia to include the families and to include the preventative part on the front end versus when they get to us and DJJ or DOC, because we're only going to put them back in, and then also focus on the reentry. Because we're putting them back into the environment which landed them in the first place. But I think the accountability courts, with the gang court especially, would be something that I would like for us to take a close look at, because I think it'll pull everything all together statewide.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for including education. There have been some studies in the past about this problem with gangs, and education has not been included. So it's to your credit and to other legislators for including education. I think in what we have heard across the state repeatedly is that we have to, as a state, look at upstream prevention, which schools can be involved in that. And upstream prevention is different than prevention. It starts very early. We're talking about what the role of the school can be, making schools more inviting. There's a reason why kids join gangs. They don't feel connected, they don't feel engaged, they don't feel like they have a family, they don't feel like they have a voice, and schools have a role in that upstream prevention. And in prevention, with those kids that are beginning to show less interest in school, they're going to be recruited. I don't care if they're black or white or Hispanic, they're going to be recruited, and especially through social media. So there's a role for prevention as well. And then intervention, it's very encouraging to hear some of the community programs at Promise. I'm very impressed with that. In fact, I'd like to see that. I'd like to see that program, because what's impressive about that, among many things, is that they have included so many partners. There's at least 5, 6, or 7 partners, and probably that will grow. And then, as the commissioner said, the mitigation is incredibly important, because that's how we keep the recidivism rate from continuing to increase. And at those points where we can find places like in DJJ to mitigate and reduce the recidivism. I think there's a role for everybody with that too. In fact, with the upstream prevention, Mr. Chairman, prevention, intervention, the mitigation, there's a role for education in all those areas. So thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This has been this has been really great to get all this information and to go around the state, and I really appreciate the opportunity to participate and how broad our look at things has been. At the Department of Human Services, our vision is Stronger Families for a Stronger Georgia, and this really touches on families and exactly what we do, because we touch 1 in 5 Georgians around the state of Georgia. I really think that I agree the accountability courts is a really strong tool that we have here in our state that we've used in other areas, and it's really something to look at. And I like that pilot that they're talking about in Cobb. And then I mentioned to you, I think, about the multidisciplinary teams that we've used as a model in connection with aging, abuse, neglect, and exploitation. And one of the things that I like about that is that it brings all of the resources together in a community to talk about things, so that some of these great programs can be talking to each other and working together, and then also involving law enforcement and then state and federal resources all at the table and looking at the issue, both from a prospective as well as a retrospective as things happen. So I'm looking forward to putting together our recommendations and seeing what we do next. Thank you.
Lastly, Ms. Trotter.
I'd first like to thank you, Chairman, State Representative Carl Gilliard, for this opportunity. I think what's happening here is history. We have a problem. We have a big problem, and it didn't happen last night. It's happened over a course of years, and we've been using the same methods to try to combat it. I would like to see this committee do something different, do something out the box that can work. We've been doing the same thing for 20 years and it hasn't worked. In fact, the problem has only gotten worse. I know that there's grassroots organizations all over Georgia that are doing great things, and they're doing it for free. So imagine what they will do if they had the resources to do more work. Unfortunately, this problem is connected to culture. It's connected to where these kids live, whether it's black or white or Asian or whomever it is. It's connected to where they are. So we have to find better ways on communicating so we can prevent, if that's what we're trying to do. I would also like to say that there's organizations that I think deserve a chance. I think we should do something different. And I hope that the committee would join me or consider doing something different so we can actually impact the lives of our young people who need help. Thank you again for this opportunity, Chairman.
Thank you so much. Well,
I forgot. So my name is Beverly Trotter. I'm the director of Savannah Youth City. I have been doing this work with gangs and youth and young people for over 25 years. Our number one goal is to end the cycle of revolving doors and having our young people to have relationships with the judicial system. We do that by means of giving them reasons not to destroy their lives with Teen CERT as early as 8 years old. So that is who I am. That's what we do, and I appreciate you again. Thank you.
Let me say this to everyone in the committee. All things work together. Outside of this hat, I'll tell you what I do inconspicuously. I am the founder of Feed the Hungry. We're in 12 cities in the state of Georgia. In 2009, when poverty infiltrated our communities through the recession, the working poor were struggling to pay their light bill or get a piece of food. We fed 1.5 million people. We started with 2 pieces of bread and a piece of bologna. It's partnerships. It's all the partnerships that we've done in cities like Statesboro and Brunswick, where poverty is very relevant, in Garden City, Georgia, where it's relevant. Poverty does affect the cycle of recidivism of crime, violence, and gangs. Since 2009, we just opened up in July the 15th, the Empowerment Center. And the Empowerment Center is a one-stop shop resource center. We partner with Georgia Legal Service to do expungements. We have gotten 146 people homes through the Georgia Dream Program. We've given them $15,000 down payment assistance. Most of those homes have been persons that rented, now they own. All things are possible. We've also partnered with the Georgia Department of Labor and in the Port City, in my district, which is Georgia Port Authority, the port logistic community, and Gulfstream and others. We've gotten them jobs with Gulfstream, Tyco, and Envirovac, over 150 jobs just in a few months. All things are possible. The other thing we've done is started GED programs, partnering with Savannah Technical College. We're getting ready to do hospitality. We're getting ready to do the film industry in reference to showing people they have another means of employment. All this is sustainability, economic empowerment. And lastly, outside of the Empowerment Center does so many things. I could go on and go on, but it's getting people back on their feet. We're not giving out grocery there. We're giving out a hand up instead of a handout. And then we're starting to look at a program called the Saturday Morning Academy. The average child on Saturday morning doesn't even have breakfast or a hot meal because mom or dad is either working or still in bed. So those middle school students that we're targeting, mentor matchups, financial literacy, let's teach them about credit now before someone uses their credit. Let's give them an opportunity to learn what civics is all about, leadership, and get to know their own community. So we're looking at Savannah, Augusta, Atlanta, Georgia, LaGrange, Georgia. We're looking at those cities that need an extra boost to target the prevention end of gang prevention. And we haven't spent $1 yet. We've gotten commitments of resources of physical locations and staffing. So all things are possible. The other thing I want to recommend is that years ago they had a program through DHS called Teen Peer Counselors. I mentioned that a 16-year-old daughter of mine woke up at 11 o'clock at night to find out her friend had been assassinated at the age of 16. She didn't look on the 6 o'clock news. She looked on her social network, Snapchat and others. Young people are talking to each other. Young people are talking to each other. We've got to give them a chance to talk to each other. If we can come up with this opportunity for teen peer counselors to have the training to do conflict resolution, to talk to one another, to put a crisis line for those that are thinking about suicide because they're traumatized through all the stuff they've seen. They saw their friend's head get blown off. Somebody found out that their cousin pulled the trigger. So how can we get them involved when we as parents can't even talk to them? They can turn to each other instead of on each other. And so teen peer counselors, I'd highly recommend that between a partnership between the schools and DHS and the community. Lastly, we need to have a preference of what Michelle said, a grant system that we can have a pot of revenue through the state, through our budget, that we are able to let 501c3s that are going to take some things out of the box and come and put in a request for a grant, no matter how small, and sometimes according to the population, no matter how large. We've got to give other organizations a chance to get involved and not be left on the outside doing the work and struggling to do the work. So as a person that sits on appropriations, I just want to recommend to the body that we got to do something. Last year, we allocated a lot of money in reference to the reaction of gun violence in the schools. So we talked about protection in our school system, and we recommended a lot of money to start out with, which we need far more than what we recommended. But we can put that into fruition. Those are just a few of the simple things that I believe we can make a difference, but the big part is up to us to go statewide. And then lastly, let me say this. Someone said something about the media part or what our kids listen to. I've been in radio and TV for 35 years. I have my own media company. I make movies. I make documentaries. And one of the things that I've understood is that the Cumulus broadcast, the Adventure broadcast, all those, Clear Channel. We are what we listen to. We are what we eat. We need to have a stakeholders meeting to get all of those corporations together to say, we're going to need your support. They could run PSAs with the same message, because our children they hear themselves being called bees. They hear themselves being called the N-word. We don't have to have anybody call it for us. We can call our own self. But if we meet with those stakeholders to say, we want your buy-in because we support you, we advertise on your stations. I'm a witness that even with Feed the Hungry this holiday season, we work with those radio stations. We work with those entities. And they partner and give us free advertisement and a platform. So all things are possible. We have 2 weeks to put this together. We're asking that if you have any other recommendations, email my office, please. And within this week, because I don't want to overwhelm Matt, but we want to have a comprehensive recommendation. I met with the speaker about a couple of weeks ago, and I told him in person, thank you, and I just want to say thank you to Speaker Ralston for giving us the opportunity, and thank you for giving us the opportunity to serve. Thank you so much, and this meeting is adjourned.